So the association's response was, oh, because he's a groundskeeper, we let him use that parking. But that's not, he's not allowed to use that parking. We own it as homeowners. So they never sold it to him, what I understand. I questioned about it. That apparently it never was sold or ever bought it. He pulled the stone away, and he's using the parking space for his own pleasure. Main concern, another concern I have is with my landscaping. They gave me a violation. It was not very bad at all. Very, very minor. And they started giving all the residents landscaping violations across the board. I guess the town of Miami Lakes, some code enforcement came in, gave them some violations for their I got about 48 seconds. So they apparently took it. They're giving it to the homeowners now. All of these violations. So now I cleaned it up, and now they're giving me a violation that I have to update it. But it's common area. My concern is it's the common area. They're responsible for the front of the property, but they're giving us violations in the common area. It makes no sense. They have a rule that came out now called no activities in the common area. There's no definition of what an activity is. You could be having a conversation in front of your house that says no, you're violating the rules. They say you can't walk dogs maybe. What about washing your car? I mean, that's a big concern, right? So we got, this is what my situation is, and I have a current violation I have to deal with now, and I'm going to see, I'm waiting for an answer for the sod. I requested to put grass and sod, so I'm waiting for a response. They said that they have to have a meeting with the association, so I don't know what's going to happen, and I'm getting close to the violation.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Your 3 minutes are up. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you for your attention to the matter. As a homeowner, I appreciate it, that you're listening, and hopefully in some form you might have some areas where you maybe can help represent
Thank
us.
you. If you
Thank
step over there and talk to our town manager, I know he put his hand up. Myself
sir.
and our deputy town manager drove your area after the hurricane. We saw your situation. So the town manager wanted to talk to you, so he's right there.
Right here? Okay, thank you.
So, okay.
Bye-bye, thank you.
The next speaker is Ms. Adela Gonzalez. Adela Gonzalez. Okay, thank you. The next person is Ms. Mari Rivero. Mari Rivero.
Madam Clerk, do you know if the audio issue was resolved? Ms. Rivero, welcome. Come on up.
Ms. Mari Rivero, please approach the podium and welcome.
Just your name and address for the record, and you're good to go.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing me to take off the mask so I can breathe. My name is Mary Rivero Coker. I live on 6701 Stonehaven Road, Miami Lakes, Florida. I am a resident and a taxpayer where I pay close to $10,000 a year in taxes, have been doing so for over 30 years. I love Miami Lakes. I'm a resident and I've lived here my entire life. I can tell you that I come here on a bad note. I don't come here on a positive note, unfortunately. I am very this is a common place for me as I work for the local government. I work for Broward County Schools, and I do board meetings every Tuesday. So I'm very familiar with how this works. Usually public comments are never taken into consideration. I can tell you from my personal experience, so I hope that Miami Lakes is not gonna be the case, and I hope that you're gonna listen to what I have to say. So as I mentioned earlier, I pay close to $10,000 of taxes. Last week, we had a storm. I'm very fortunate to live in Miami Lakes, and I had no issues paying the money. I'm very fortunate to have a good job, afford to live in Miami Lakes, and I have a home in the Keys, where I have a 19-foot boat that because of the weather last week, they actually towed it because of the storm. And normally in the Keys, if you have a home or if you know when there's a hurricane, you gotta move your boat. So I brought it to my backyard where you could barely see it. It's 19 foot. I live in the 6701, so you probably all know what my house is. It's the corner lot. It's the huge lot in 67th, across the street from Pollo Tropical. I have a huge lot where I could probably fit another 2 homes in there, and probably nobody would know. But I put in my boat just as an emergency because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. It was a weekend. So I don't know what you guys would want me to do with the boat, but I recommend, and I'm asking here today, for Miami Lakes to consider having a provision, an emergency provision, adding some special concessions to emergencies where people that have recreational vehicles, that they give an opportunity. I got this letter yesterday, by the way, hand-given to me, certified by my mailman, which I know him well, and it says I have to take out the boat tomorrow. Mind you, the note is from 11/10, on the mail on the 13th, and I have 1 day to take the boat out. And if not, you're gonna fine me. I'm not taking the boat out because right now I need to find where to put it. So I'm asking for a provision, and I believe that for $10,000 of taxes that I pay, it's not fair that I have to find where to put my boat. When I've lived here, I'm a good citizen, and my boat, you can't even see it. You can only see the T-top from the top. It doesn't disturb the community. It doesn't make it ugly. I cut my yard every week. My roof is clean. I do everything that I'm required to do to maintain Miami beautiful, right? And I'm proud to live in Miami Lakes, but I think it's very unjust, very unfair that I have to pay $10,000 of taxes and I can't have whatever the hell I want in my backyard. Thank you.
Thank you, and let me tell you something, you brought up a great, great point, and I'm gonna be addressing it at our December council meeting, so.
So I'm not moving my boat. It's due tomorrow.
The next speaker is Mr. Miguel Martinez. And Mayor, yes, I have been informed that the audio is working well. The issue is that some of the viewers, or maybe one person that is in Zoom, needs to be unmuted. But the audio is working well on website and on Facebook. Mr. Miguel Martinez, please approach the podium and welcome. State your name and address, and I will then start. Thank you.
Evening, everybody. Miguel Martinez, 17670 Northwest 78th Avenue. Well, before I start, there's 2 items. One is a public comment, me personally, another one is about the Blasting Advisory Board. As far as I had submitted to you guys, I don't know if you want to handle it one shot or...
No, we'll do your committee report after public comment, so we'll give you the floor for as
Okay.
long as you want.
All right, this is personal from me. This Saturday, I participated in a Thanksgiving meal distribution, organized by Steps in the Right Direction here in Miami Lakes. The meals were given to individuals throughout our community, and I want to emphasize our community. At the onset throughout our community, I want to emphasize, on the onset of the pandemic, I asked to assist with food distribution as well. Through my office, we distributed over 2,300 meals to members of our community. Generally, when I speak in public, I offer facts such that the community can work together for the betterment of all. When I speak publicly, I do not give my opinions. Those are reserved for my inner circle. Today will be an exception, as I am insulted. As most know, I've been on the forefront of the blasting issue for the past several years, but I've actually been involved one way or another for the past 10 years. I was key in creating a town hall meeting for the community to present my initial findings, and I was invited to participate by several council members, including the mayor, for the Blasting Advisory Committee. I was one of 4 of the Miami Lakes sponsored bus trip to Tallahassee. There was only one Miami Lakes resident that went. I am now the elected chair of the current Blasting Advisory Board. I was taken aback by the order of business that is being presented today, item 14C, as it impacts me directly. I'm insulted. My intention has always been to assist a community that without lines drawn around it. And today it's being discussed to have those lines drawn. The reason is irrelevant. It is insulting. It should not have been entertained for discussion, and I ask you to not approve it. Thank you.
Thank you, Miguel, and we'll call you right back up.
All right,
when
thank you.
Public comment's done.
Okay, the next speaker is Mr. Alejandro Sanchez. Mr. Alejandro Sanchez. Welcome.
Alejandro Sanchez. I'm going to invoke my statute 119 right to not divulge my address. I'm here to talk today about item 14C. I took an oath when I enlisted in the Navy to protect the Constitution of the United States, just like all of you have done when you took your oath, some of you tonight. Congratulations, by the way. This trophy is my Volunteer of the Year award. I have that not because of things that I did, but the things that my team did, the town's team did, which includes residents in this town. That same trophy is also held by Major Charles James, not a town resident, a volunteer that gives his time for the improvement of the town of Miami Lakes. Now, today's your first day on the dais, Mr. Fernandez, Councilman Fernandez. I believe in a very big philosophy of baseball, that you never swing at the first pitch. This is not a swing at the first pitch. You are trying to hit a home run that's going to affect a lot of lives in this town because of the volunteers that, without any personal gain, no financial gain, nothing like that, have dedicated their time. Miguel Martinez just was up here, chair of the blasting committee. The intelligence that that gentleman has for blasting, you would have to pay a very hefty amount to get elsewhere. So to say that in order to be on a volunteer committee in this town for the improvement of this town, you have to either live here or work here is not right. This policy went into place in 2014. Right? We just had our 41st parade. This town is now 41 years old. But you know what did happen? There was a civic association of volunteers that started a Veterans Day parade. And it's now the longest one running in the town of Miami Lakes. I mean, in South Florida. That is not a proper way to start your first day, by getting rid of people that volunteer and without any personal gain, just want to give to the community and make it better. Larry Cardenas doesn't live in the town of Miami Lakes. Angel Vasquez doesn't live in the town of Miami Lakes, and he is active duty military. He signed an oath for the entire country. People volunteer because they want the right things for their community. They just want to help. It doesn't matter where they live, as long as they are doing the right thing. There's no financial gain. Arrebe, what we get is migraines and stress and nights of no sleep because of things that we want to do to help this town. I have 10 seconds left. And I want to say that I really do hope that you withdraw this item completely from the agenda because it's not the right thing to do. It is not. Thank you for my time.
Thank you, Alex. And great job on Sunday, Alex. Great event.
The next speaker, I believe Vivian Levy is going to speak later on. Mayor? Mayor Sid? I think you mentioned earlier,
Yep.
I want to be correct, so Vivian Levy is not going to speak
She's
now,
going to speak
right?
in the item that I pulled.
Okay,
Yep.
perfect. Hold on. So the next speaker is Miss Liliana Tudela. Liliana Tudela. Miss Liliana Tudela.
Is this a virtual public comment, Madam Clerk?
These, no. I'm still in the public comment of the people that register via the town website. Once we're done here, we're going to then call the ones that did not register and then proceed with via Zoom. Yes, but I believe Ms. Levy is going to speak later on an item, right? Not now. So yes, we're proceeding with the other ones that register. She's speaking later. Ms. Liliana Tudela? I can proceed and call other speakers if you allow me to. Miss Irena Naco. Miss Irene o Irena Naco. Irena Naco. I also have in the list Mr. Ray Garcia. I'm reading the next 3 public comments that have registered. Miss Liliana Tudela, Miss Irena Naco, Mr. Ray Garcia.
Where's everybody at?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Okay,
Hey, council, how are you?
welcome, Mr. Garcia.
Can you hear me?
Name and address. We hear you, we see you. Just state your name and address, and I'll hit the buzzer.
I wanted to congratulate the new member of the council, Tony Fernandez. I also want to congratulate Marilyn Ruano, Vice Mayor Collazo, and the mayor for being reelected. The reason I came on is basically to thank you for the gratitude you showed me during this election season.
I didn't get to hang on the meeting. I'm sorry.
Am I on? No?
Wait,
Can you guys hear me?
We hear you. We
No,
hear
but
you, Mr. Garcia.
Madam Clerk, let's check with
I'm
Monica.
watching the streaming video and it doesn't sound like it's on there.
Yes, Ms. Ramos, we can hear you.
Okay, great. So basically, I want to congratulate all the new council members, also those who got reelected. I want to thank you for being so gracious during this election season. We learned a lot. I learned a lot in this election season about the needs of the town. And I know you have a lot of work to do, guys, and I think you are the team to do it. Especially out in the west with the blasting. A lot of our residents are really hurting out there. Also, we've learned with the flooding, with these last couple storms, although there were 50-year events, 100-year events, that is a priority with the town. And I just wanted to remind everyone that those are the things we're hearing day after day when we're walking. And I know that you, as a council, are going to do your utmost to do what you can to help the residents. Election season's over, as the mayor said, and I want everybody to know on the council that whatever you need from me, you got it. I believe in this town, and I believe that working with all the committees and working with the council and the staff, we can accomplish anything. So I just want to let you know you have my support 100%, and I want to congratulate all of you. And I know it's going to be a great 4 years, and we're going to do a lot of good things for the residents of Miami Lakes. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ray.
Okay. I have been informed that we also have Mr. Angel Vasquez. Mr. Angel Vasquez, good evening and welcome.
Good evening. Good evening to all, and congratulations to the new appointed council members and the new appointed committee members. My name is Angel Luis Vasquez. I am the chair of the Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Committee. I would like to first recognize Major Javier Ruiz and his dedicated police officers that were instrumental during the Sunday's parade. The officers did an exceptional job with the safety of the participants and the spectators alike, along with traffic control. This parade was rescheduled and delayed a week due to the last-minute weather forecast of Tropical Storm Eta. However, the Major, along with his diligent officers, were ready for the last-minute change and executed their duties without skipping a beat. I would like to second a special thanks to all the participants that were in the parade. I am sure you had some of your own logistical band-aids yourself, as you were all affected by this change of date of the parade. Your adaptability for this parade does not go unnoticed. All your vehicles looked outstanding, and we greatly appreciate it. Second, on the town's event coordinators, Ms. Claricet de Cardenas, along with her dedicated staff and all the volunteers that helped with this year's Miami Lakes 41st Annual Veterans Day Parade. It was a monumental challenge for all of us involved due to the COVID-19 restrictions to carry out this parade. However, we did not waver, and the parade from beginning to end was a beautiful success. To Mr. Gary de Cardenas, the commander of the American Legion, Post 144, Miami Lakes, the prior Town of Miami Lakes Veterans Parade Grand Marshal, and the former Veterans Committee Chair for the Town of Miami Lakes. Gary is one of this town's longtime volunteers who on this past Sunday seamlessly carried out last-second ceremony to recognize the widow of our brother Richard Webster. As Gary handed her the shadow box with a perfectly folded American flag and thanked her for her late husband's dedication and love to our great nation. Now, I would like to thank the Veterans Committee and all of the members involved, especially Alejandro Sanchez, for waiting anxiously at Miami Lakes Auto Mall first thing Sunday morning before sunrise to receive the cars, trucks, and Jeeps donated to the parade by Mr. Fred Senra. Mr. Senra is a longtime resident of Miami Lakes and Vice Commander of the American Legion Post 144. The vehicles donated carry Miami Lakes elected officials, committee members, and town staff. Fred, your dedication, stewardship, and tenacity to see this town succeed is always an example to all of us of how to lead as a great leader you are. Thank you once again to everyone, and have a good evening.
Thank you, Angel.
Thank you. So I'm going to call again Liliana Tudela in case Ms. Tudela is here. She's not online. Okay, Irene or Irena Naco. And Adela Gonzalez. If I just want to make sure that I read. Okay. So Ms. Liliana Tudela, that is via Zoom, correct? If you hear me, Ms. Liliana Tudela, public comments, you can speak now. We have been informed that you're via Zoom. Just state your name and address, and I'll start the clock.
They keep calling me, but I'm on the Zoom.
Yes. Do you want to participate in public comments? Ms. Tudela? Or you're here just to listen?
The video is off.
Yeah. Hi,
Is this Ms. Tudela?
Can anyone hear me? They're calling me.
I can hear you, but I can't see anybody.
We hear you, Ms. Tudela. You may speak.
Can you hear me?
Yes. If you are Ms.
I can't
Tudela, we hear you.
I keep getting muted.
Tony Fernandez, Councilman Fernandez, can you step in here?
Ms.
But you
Tuela,
can
we
hear
can hear
me?
you.
We hear
The
you.
video, it says the video, the host has to allow me to be on there.
We hear a lady. Is this Ms. Tudela? Do you wish to speak in public comments?
Hello, ma'am. You need to unmute your mic.
I continue to unmute and I get muted. I keep getting muted by someone else. You all can hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. I'm Liliana Tudela. I'm here on behalf of the small businesses. I own Giardino in Miami Lakes, and we've been open for 6 years. I am here in support of the grant that was proposed, I saw in an email for COVID-affected businesses. And I just want to, because I don't know, I haven't heard a lot of the meeting, but I want to make sure that it is something that is passed today, because we have all struggled very much, as everyone has. And, you know, we're lucky that things have gotten better, but every time that there's been any kind of changes to how we are supposed to operate our businesses, any closures or anything like that, obviously it affects sales, it affects how many employees we have. And we're still at a point where, you know, I'm only employing about half of the staff that I usually have during normal times. And we are kind of all seeing that maybe this is going for the second wave. We might get affected again. Really hoping that that's not the case. But I want to, you know, show that there is the necessity for this in the community, and we appreciate any help, you know, financial, whenever we can get it, so that we can make sure we don't have to do any additional layoffs, and so that we, you know, stay in business past this, you know, really tough time is what I think we're all trying to do. And I just want to then also get information once it is passed, the fastest way to submit the applications, all the paperwork and all that, because we want to comply with anything that is required, but is something definitely that as a business in Miami Lakes, we want to show our support for and participate in. So that is it for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Liddy.
The next public speaker will be Mr. Angelo Garcia Cuadra. Mr. Angelo Garcia Cuadra, welcome.
Folks, good evening to all of you. Basically, Angelo Cuadra Garcia, 16441 Northwest 77th Place in the beautiful town of Miami Lakes. Basically, what brings me here today is to public comments is, after these rainy days that we've had, I'm sure that Public Works has gotten numerous calls on potholes. I have about 8 of them that I have on picture that were done. I had the honor to reach out to our mayor and talk to him about one that was fixed here on Ludlam Road in 154, which was done. Wow, it was a Bal Harbor, an awesome job, beautiful. They did a spectacular job. But the ones that are over on 79th in front of Bob Graham Elementary are, you know, definitely not, they must be from a second vendor. It's probably not the same vendor, and it's definitely a subpar, you know, job that's been done over there. So that's what I really want you guys to look into and see what's going on, because these potholes, they start to get bigger and bigger, and they just expand. They're bad for cars, you know, shock absorbers and so forth and so on, and they're not safe to have. My suggestion is that when we fix something, when we fix these potholes, let's do it right the first time. I've always taught, my father always taught me, do it right the first time, and you won't have to do it the second time. It's actually, you know, worse when you have to do it again, because it costs you more money. It's just, that's all I just wanted to bring up to your attention on those potholes. Okay? So.
Thank you, Angelo, and great job on Sunday keeping up with us on your bike. I saw you were
Great, I was just
riding
warming
right
up.
next to us the entire time in the program.
I wanted to thank Josh for nominating me to the Blasting Committee. Do we talk about that now, or do we talk about that later? Or?
We'll recognize you when it comes up next.
Okay, I've got to go to work, so I guess it would have to be, do I need to be here?
No, not really, but you'll get sworn in by the clerk.
Okay, beautiful. Thank you very much for your time, okay? Bye-bye.
Thank you, Mr. Quadro.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Navarro. Ms. Navarro via Zoom, Rosario Navarro. Welcome. Good
Ms. Navarro,
evening.
you need to unmute your mic.
Charo, you have to
Miss-
unmute your mic.
Ms. Navarro, you need to unmute your mic.
How about
We-
now?
Yes, we see you, we hear you.
Yeah, we
Welcome.
can hear you.
Okay, I'm Rosario Navarro, and I live in, I have to say my address, right?
Yes, name and address.
Yes or
Thank you.
no?
Yes, name and address.
Rosario Navarro, 16384 Milkwagon Lane. I've seen back and forth on all the websites here and all the emails and everything else about the committee not allowing people that don't live in the city of Miami Lakes participate in some of the committees as volunteers. In the senior committee, there's a gentleman that's great. And if you disallow him, he's gonna hurt our committee. I don't know if that's real or if it's fake or whatever, I don't know. But he's on the Veterans Committee and he's on the Elderly Committee. Is it real or is it not real?
Charo, that item
Hello?
hasn't come up yet, so it'll be coming up later on in the agenda.
Can you all
We'll let
hear
that-
me?
We do. We'll let that council member discuss it when it comes up.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, is that gonna be a real thing or no? Are you going to disallow people that don't live in the city not to be on certain committees?
Rosario, if you want to speak on that item later on, you can. Right now, we're in public comments, and that item.
Oh, that's what
that
they
item
told
is
me.
in
They told
new
me to
business.
do it now. I told them that it was for that purpose. Cause you know Pedro, right?
Got it.
Yeah, he's a great guy and he really financially helps that committee a lot. It'd be a shame to lose him. And I think, he's worked really hard for the city. I mean, if anything, the people that work for the city, they should all live in the city. But this is a volunteer. I mean, we're gonna lose him and we're gonna lose money. All right, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Rosario. Take care.
Thank you. The next speaker is Ms. Claudia Luces. Welcome, Ms. Luces.
Good evening, everyone. Claudia Luces, 8220 Menteith Terrace. Let me first congratulate all of the council members who recently won their respective elections. Would love to think that election season is over, but I think what I'm going to discuss tonight clearly states the opposite. This evening, I would like to discuss an event that occurred in this building, one that is rather disturbing to me. Our freedom of speech is one of the rights granted to us by the United States Constitution. And I heard today, 4 times over, people take oaths here to defend the United States Constitution, primarily our First Amendment, and that is freedom of speech. When I heard that we had a volunteer, and let's just let the cat out of the bag at this point, Angel Vasquez, okay, who is at this point the chair of the Veterans Committee, an active member of our military, somebody who's actually served and defended our country on the front lines. And I hear that he was called into this building and was told by the mayor that he needed to refrain from publicly criticizing the town or anything that occurred with the town because of his committee chair position. I saw a lot of things that went on Facebook, on social media. At no point did I see any of this disputed. So I call into question whether this is truthful, and I have to tell you, I find that it is. But it is disturbing. Because when you're a committee chair, regardless of what position you hold, I don't care if it's a councilman position, I don't care if you're a town employee, you do not relinquish your right to freedom of speech. This is what this country is built upon. So I'm deeply disturbed by what I am hearing. The mayor has no right to limit the freedoms of a person by instructing them to not voice in a public forum his opinion on any matter. These are freedoms granted to us all by the United States Constitution, the supreme law of the land. And no one, particularly politicians who sit in their seats temporarily, have the right to violate a person's right to freedom of speech. To have this gentleman called into town hall for a meeting where present were the town manager, the mayor, and the mayor's assistant to address comments that were critical of the mayor was upsetting. It was the mayor, not any of the other individuals, who advised this volunteer that rather than criticize the town, or better yet, him, in a public forum, he should simply call him to discuss. This is a free country. We get to express our opinions as we see fit. If, in fact, you are too sensitive to criticism, find another way to figure out how to deal with that. But silencing an individual is not the way to do it. I certainly hope that this never happens again, as it is clear that the mayor has no right to limit the right of freedom of speech of any person based on his position within the town. And just to add, tonight's agenda item seems a little confusing and raises a lot of eyebrows.
Thank you,
That's
Claudia.
it. Thank you.
Appreciate that.
The next speaker is Vladimir Jean.
He's going to speak on a new business item that I pulled.
Okay, this is the first one, just so that I know and I don't call him again, Serenity Point. Is that the new business item he will be speaking
Yep.
on? Okay, perfect. So let's call Mr. Larry Borman. Mr. Larry Borman.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Welcome.
Thank you.
Name and address, and I'll start the clock.
Hi, my name is Larry Borman. I live at 7214 Jacaranda Lane. I've been a resident here since 1972, on and off. I've lived in this house now for about 22 years. I'm a great lover of this town. I love Miami Lakes. I love our mayor, Manny. I just think a great bunch of people. I want to welcome the new councilman, Tony Fernandez. But why I'm talking tonight is because I too am opposed to Tony's proposed amendment for the committees. I think there's going to be a lot of collateral damage here should we do that. And I want to bring about one person. His name is Gary Cordones. Gary's been on the town's veteran committee. I'm also a member there, by the way, on the committee. Gary's been on that committee now for over 10 years. Gary's not a resident here, but he works every day to protect our children. Maybe you've seen him. He's out there on the corner of 67th Avenue, Miami Lakes Way South. He's the head crossing guard in that area. What a guy. I believe Alex spoke of him earlier. He's been involved. He's the commander of our Miami Lakes VFW post. He's past chairman of the Veterans Committee. Gary's involved in just about everything that has to do with veterans and always doing whatever he can to help this town. Gary's an ex-banker. He's very knowledgeable. He's educated, and he's dedicated to the town of Miami Lakes. He protects our children. To go ahead and enact this amendment that's proposed by Mr. Fernandez will be a discredit to Gary and to all of us veterans. And he's only just one of the committee members that's going to be affected by this. I'm hoping that the council will reconsider this, look into it, and at the very least, let's at least grandfather our people in that are working for our town and have been here for all these years. Thanks for the opportunity to tell you this. Thank you.
Thank you, Larry.
Thank you. Okay. I just want to make sure if anyone is listening and is for public comments, please speak now. I have been informed that the individuals waiting are going to speak later on in different items. But if you want to wish to speak in public comments, please do so now. And in the meantime, I'm going to state for the record the 4 written public comments that my office received and that were distributed via email to all of you. The first public comment written was from Ms. Hope Reynolds. The second one is from Ms. Bonnie Cintron. Sorry. From Bonnie Cintron, as well, distributed to all of you. I think this one had to do with committees. Ms. Hope Reynolds' emails had to do with several different things, but I also believe it had to do with the town committees. Ms. Bonnie Cintron also sent a second email, written public comment, had to do with safe routes to schools, the project. And Ms. Mirta Mendez sent a written public comments in regards to 14C, which is the town committees. Those are the emails considered written public comments, stated for the record. And I think that is all we have for public comments. We don't see anyone else. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Public comments is closed, but I am going to take a point of personal privilege. So I, as mayor, I don't respond to rumors on social media. If I did, I wouldn't have time for anything else, right? So I think in every position, if we were constantly responding to every random rumor, I mean, I think it'd be a problem. But since it was mentioned that we had a meeting in the manager's office, I would love for our town manager to put some clarity to some of this, because it was mentioned that our manager, our police major, myself, so Mr. Manager, if you can, just address that, because it was brought up.
Yeah, just to clarify how this meeting came to be and the content of the meeting, and I know several of you asked me about it in our individual briefings, and it's the same story that I told you in private, which is that the mayor received a phone call from Mr. Vasquez on Election Day, alleging that there may be election fraud going on. The mayor called me and advised me of what the content of the call, which was very short and brief, because then the call was terminated, and the mayor told me that he had tried to call the gentleman back, and the call was not going through. So with that in mind, I called the police major, our town commander, and we all agreed that it would be best just to clear the air, see exactly what Mr. Vasquez was alleging with regard to election fraud. Obviously, a very serious topic that I'm sure is of grave concern to any of us that hear that's a very important topic. So I asked Rosa, my assistant, to call Mr. Vasquez and see if he would be willing to come in to discuss the content of the call to Mayor Sid. When Mr. Vasquez came in, I asked the major to be there with us, just so obviously he's the law enforcement branch of the town. We asked Mr. Vasquez if any concerns that he may have had regarding potential election fraud, and he advised us that his call to the mayor was in jest, that he was just joking with the mayor, and then we went on to talk about several different things. The mayor and Mr. Vasquez are lifelong friends. They've known each other since they grew up together in the same neighborhood, and they discussed several things. At the end of the meeting, everybody was very satisfied with the outcome. There were handshakes. Everybody agreed, Mr. Vasquez as well as the mayor agreed that it's best, let's move forward, let's all work together, and that was the end of the meeting. There were no hard feelings. There were handshakes, and that was the meeting. I don't know, maybe lasted 15 minutes, I'm guesstimating, and that was the extent of the meeting. The meeting was not called so that the mayor could talk to Mr. Vasquez about comments he made on social media. I would not involve myself. That's a private matter between two gentlemen, and I definitely would not involve Major Ruiz in that conversation, because that's not an item for law enforcement to be involved in. So that was the extent of the meeting. That was the reason the meeting was called. That's the extent of the meeting. The meeting concluded with handshakes and everybody agreeing, let's just move forward. So that was my characterization of the meeting.
Got it. Thank you, Mr. Manager. We're moving on to our first items. We have item 14A. We'll take that one up first, which is Serenity Point. Their HOA president is here, Vladimir, who's going to speak on this. Just some quick background. Serenity Point is in the West Lakes neighborhood. They are west of 87th Avenue. They do a great job maintaining their neighborhood. Actually, when a lot of the walls on 87th Ave are falling apart, to be frank with you, Serenity Point consistently takes care of their walls, takes care of their landscaping, and on top of that, they are the only community in Miami Lakes that is public, that maintains their own tot lot. When the Royal Oaks transferred their tot lot to the town, and we maintain it now, they're the only ones that want to keep it, so they can keep doing the right thing. All Vladimir and his residents want is, I mean, and it's kind of sad. You can't even see the street signs there, right? And people are buying homes there left and right. Somebody bought a home the other day, an 1,800 square foot home for like $480,000. And the only thing that they want is to make sure that their street signs are correct, and that the stripes are on the floor. I'll let Vladimir talk, and then I'm going to make a motion in that regard.
Okay. Good evening, everyone, or good night, everyone. My name is Vladimir Jaén. I've been living here in Miami Lakes since 2005, so it's been already like 17 years. It's wonderful to see how the Miami Lakes has grown and all the neighborhood that we have here. Since 2017, I've been elected as a president of the association, and since there, we've been trying to, collaborate with Miami Lakes. Our community is very small; it's 149 properties. Even though we have an association, all the street belongs to Miami Lakes. All the signage belongs to Miami Lakes. We're not a private or enclosed community. So in different occasions that I have members or neighbors that have come to me, and they express that they think or they feel that Miami Lakes have put up the west side of Miami Lakes on the side, that they think that they don't care, or you guys don't care about the west side. I don't see it that way. Even though we have, like Manny said, Mr. Mayor said, we have collaborate a lot of the things that we can take care of, painting the walls, the outside walls, maintaining the landscape or whatnot. But nevertheless, we need help in those items that he mentioned, like faded signage. Sometimes you go into the street and you don't even know where you are because the signage is just faded. You don't know what the line of the left and the right is because the line is not there. Right now, with all that happens with the waters and whatnot, now we have new potholes on the street. So those are the type of helps that we're trying to get from you. Other things are inside the community that we have. It's between 87, 89 Avenue and 143rd and 146th Avenue. That's a little community that we have there. There's some vehicles that inside the community take that as a speed, I don't know how to say it, as a speed race. We're trying to see if we can probably come onto a common ground that we can provide or we can pay for the speed bumps. We just need the permission. Or maybe the authority of Miami Lakes say, okay, you can put here a speed bump that reduce the speed on 5 miles, whatever, just to get to a common ground that we can, and a win-win situation that we can get together. So my point here is just to ask for your help, ask for your support in our little community. And I have talked to all the people on the website, and I don't know, that's like a common feeling that they think that you guys have left out the west side of Miami Lakes. If you take the 87 and you see all the walls that are not painted the equal or they're not painted the same, it just look a little different. So thank you for your time. I appreciate that you take me today to talk about these situations, and I look forward to working with you together, okay? Thank you so much.
So, Bartolome, don't leave too fast, 'cause I'm sure some of the council members might have questions for you, but give me a second, because
Yes.
I'm going to make a motion. So, and I just want to repeat it. I mean, they're the only community in the town with public roads. They maintain their own tot lot, maintain their own walls. So I'm going to make a motion to immediately fix their street signs and paint their, and fix the street, the striping on the street, utilizing a portion of our reserves. The only reason I'm making that motion is worst case scenario. One of the reasons why we signed last year that line of credit for hurricanes, knowing that we get reimbursed anyways from FEMA, is these, I believe, these are one-time capital improvements that are very small, that really don't impact our reserves, that we can impact people's quality of life immediately. For folks that are really investing in their communities, that's all that they've been asking for. So I'm going to make a motion to immediately fund their street signs and their street striping from reserves.
Second.
Discussion, council, and I'll just start from the line down. I mean, I know that's how we did it before with our meetings, but I'll start this next time from that time. Councilman Fernandez.
All right, Mayor. So I can definitely echo a lot of the sentiments that have been shared. How do I make this not? Can you mute your mic, sir? Oh, there we go. All right. Better. I can definitely echo your sentiments. I walked plenty of houses in both in Serenity Point and in the greater West Lakes area, and I was very disheartened to see the condition of a lot of the street signage, in particular. The street side striping a little bit less so, but the street signage is in very poor condition, particularly those signs that are not shielded by the tree canopy and have direct sunlight either in the morning or the afternoon. So I'm definitely in support of this item. I have a similar kind of broader item on the agenda as well, but I'm definitely in support of this item.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Obviously, it's not a surprise. I've been trying to get infrastructure projects moved along in the town for a little while already. I mean, I think there's obviously aging infrastructure issues that we have. We need to be addressed, and the issue is always where do we find the money. I think the mayor's item is a good item, and I'll be supporting the item and make sure you guys get what you need over there.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yeah, I too will be supporting the item. I saw that we have $107,000 that we have in surplus that we're going to allocate back to our fund balance. So I think we're fine on that. But my question through the mayor to the manager, are street signs covered through PTP?
I'd have to check on that, but no matter where the funds come from, whether it's PTP or fund balance, it will require a budget amendment, which we would bring back. If this item passes, we'll have to bring back to you for an ordinance as a budget amendment to be read in January and February to be able to transfer the money to be able to make this happen.
No, I understand. It's just we're always going through this infrastructure budgeting issue that we don't know where the money's at. I just wanted to know, would PTP cover street signs like it covers paving, like it covers striping, like it covers anything related to roadway improvements?
I'll get you that answer, but PTP, just for your edification, PTP is already allocated. PTP 20 and PTP 80 is already slotted for the thing. So if we take it from PTP, we'll be taking away from something else.
I know, that's my point, that the PTP, the money that we could have for these improvements, that we could have for these drainage, we've already committed for other projects, maybe sometimes even 7-8 years down the road. So there is money there, it's just allocated to other things. Correct?
Well, a big portion of PTP has been allocated to the 59th Avenue project. So if we had not allocated PTP, and that was a decision that was made before I got here, and I'm not trying to pass the buck, but the reality is if we had not allocated the PTP to 59th Avenue, we would have had to have found that money from somewhere else.
I understand.
So it's a zero-sum game.
But that's where the money is. That's where we have most of our money. It's in the 59th Avenue project. Otherwise, these things would have been projects that we could address through that type of funding source. But yes, I'm supportive of the project. I know we always come up and we bump our heads into this issue, and I just want to make sure that we understand that there is money there. It's just allocated to a project that's further on down the road. So I think it's great. Love the fact that you brought that forward. And Mr. Mayor, I appreciate you sponsoring that on behalf of Serenity Point. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Vladimir, for joining us today. I'm in full support of this project. I've seen the signage myself, and there are many areas on the west side of town that, as Councilmember Fernandez said, the direct sunlight has completely erased the signs on the street, so it makes it very difficult to navigate. I assume that for deliveries and things of that nature, it's difficult for the residents in the area to get things delivered to their home. I can fully support the project. I understand where Vice Mayor Collazo is coming from. I apologize. With regards to the PTP money question, we're going to be needing to do improvements all over town, and that's where our transportation money or our road improvement money comes from. So just for you to understand the conversation that we're having up here, we've realized that there's a lot of capacity to do more had some of our money not been allocated to one particular project. So moving forward in the future, when that money is not allocated there, when that project is finished, and we can restructure our streets and potholes and things like that, I think that we'll do well when we can have access to those monies. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Ruano. Councilman Alvarez.
Mayor, thank you for championing this new business item. This is exactly why, why we have monies in reserves for dire needs and for dire situation in our town, and you've echoed that today, and the mayor has championed it. So, Mayor, I'll be in full support of this item to help out our residents in Serenity Point.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for coming before us to raise some of the issues that are going on in your community, in your part of town. Like Councilman Fernandez, I've also been out there a few times, especially during the last election, and I saw for myself some of the faded signs. But this isn't the first time. In fact, I actually had messaged the town manager, I believe it was either earlier this year or probably even last year, about this issue, because it's not just your area, it's throughout the west side of town. Unfortunately, the tree canopy there is just not as well developed yet as it is on the east side. So as the councilman explained, it creates additional stressors on those signs than it does on the east side. But with that said, I actually would like to, and also just really quickly before I take the action I'm about to take, the other thing that why I think this is important is that these are the little things that over time add up. But if you just take care of them, I think most people will be willing to kind of give us a pass. But I think too often a lot of these smaller items just fly under the radar, and the result is people think, man, we're talking about all these new things, but we're not taking care of what we have. If we were to do a better job of just making sure, for example, that the street signs are constantly being replaced when you can't even read what street you're on, then that would go a long way to assuaging a lot of residents' concerns that we are being diligent with the issues that we're facing, right? So that it doesn't just feel as if we're here trying to chase all these other projects. So with that said, my amendment that I'm going to move to the item is actually that we replace all the west side street signs, because again, it's not just the Serenity Point area, it's also the areas in West Lakes that need replacement as well. There's been a few of them that I've seen there. So I just, I would like to make that amendment to the item and just take them out in one shot.
I will second that.
Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Wait, I do apologize. There was discussion on the amendment. Part of the new issue that we have now, you got to take off your mask first, and then, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, Councilman Coelho.
I appreciate Councilman Dieguez's motion, because I have seen some of those signs, and not just on the west side, but even some on the east side, and I bring those up sometimes to the manager's attention. But would we know what that replacement cost would be without going through the exercise of doing an assessment? So I don't know if how we can pass that without necessarily knowing what the budget, there might be a budget implication, and we don't even know yet. At least So that's my concern. That's what I wanted to ask the manager, and that's what I wanted to contribute to the dialogue. I feel a little uncomfortable passing something, and we don't know necessarily what the budget implication would be.
I believe there's another agenda item that speaks to that point.
I mean, we could take it up during the other agenda item if you want, Councilman Diegues. So we can kind of bifurcate them since we know what the cost of this one is.
Correct. So, if I may, through the mayor, my item 14G kind of deals with the broader, both looking at all of the street signage that's on the west side, which I believe Public Works already has a working number, but also examining the procedures to make sure that we prevent, a situation like this from happening in the future.
Okay, then I'll be happy to recede and wait for that item, but this is something that has to get done. Again, this isn't the first time that it's come up, and the fact that we're hearing about it now from a resident directly, it just goes to show how bad it's gotten, that now they're coming to Town Hall to tell us about this issue. So, as long as I appreciate the item, I apologize if I overlooked it. Today's been a crazy day, and so I even had to cancel my initial briefing with the manager, and I was speed reading through the agenda. So if I missed it, I apologize, and I'll be more than, I don't want to step on any toes, but I just want to make sure we address it because, again, as we're seeing, these little things eventually bubble up, and this is how we get, people, residents that come up and that they don't believe that we're doing enough to address the issues. So with that, I'll recede from my item.
Thank you, Councilman Diegues, and I see the town manager with his hand up.
Yeah, in anticipation of this meeting, and actually I think Public Works already had the tally in response to not in response to the item that Councilmember Fernandez is proposing, but we already had an accounting or an assessment of signs that need replacement. And townwide, Public Works has an account of 79 signs. It's approximately $175 per sign for replacement. So it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 13 to 14,000. So the answer to your question, Councilman Diegues, if you want us to move forward with the replacement of all of the signs townwide in the same manner from fund balance, we could bring it back to you in January for first reading and do that. It would probably be in the neighborhood of $13,000 to $14,000. 79 signs, townwide.
Got it.
No, I mean, if we've, we got the answer, and I think if we're going to wait, for Councilman Fernandez, pardon me?
He withdrew his. He pulled.
Correct. Yeah. I went ahead and I withdrew it, so we'll just wait till we get to the item, and then we'll discuss it further at that point. But good to know that that we're going to be able to do it.
Got it. On the main motion, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thanks, Vladimir. Thank you for being here. Take care.
Mayor, before you proceed, I was just informed via email that I did receive another written public comment. You all received it as well from Ms. Susana Herrera. So if you allow me all, I want to state for the record that Ms. Susana Herrera sent an email earlier this afternoon at 4:15 when I was here in council chambers already taking care of the swearing-in ceremony. That's why I missed it. So the public comment, written public comment, was in regards, and I'm looking at it now for the first time, in regards to the vice mayor election, in regards to committee rules, the item of 14C. And I think that was it. But I just wanted to state for the record that it was received. You all received it because I believe she sent it to you earlier as well. But for purposes of the record, I take pride in trying to look at all the written public comments and include them and state them for the record while we are in regular council meeting. So sorry that we missed it earlier. I was in council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're moving on to the next item, which is item 14F. Before we bring Chair Levy on, this is an item that I spoke to the chair of our Special Needs Advisory Board and also Marilena Alvarez from Hope for Autism. So, Madam Clerk, if you could play the video that I attached, and then I'll hand it over to the chair of our Special Needs Advisory Board to talk about this a little further. She did To her credit, she did some great legwork. She spoke to Pembroke Pines Police Department already, so we're going to watch the video real quick, and then I'll hand it over to Chair Levy. But I know that Marilena Alvarez did state that she is in full support, and this is something that it's been a long time coming for our community.
Hello, I'm Captain Al Ziquez. As a way to enhance our partnership with the community, the Pembroke Pines Police Department is proud to announce our new Special Needs Registry. This voluntary program will maintain a list of Pembroke Pines residents who have unique or special needs due to mental or neurological disabilities such as autism, dementia, or Alzheimer's. Knowing an individual's specific needs, to include their triggers, stimulants, and recommended de-escalation techniques, will greatly assist our officers when interacting with members of our community who may be at risk. Following the registration process, participants will receive a PPPD rubber wristband with an identifying number, as well as a decal to display near the main entrance of their home. This wristband, when worn by a registered person, will allow dispatchers to alert officers of information regarding their disability and specific needs. Similarly, the presence of the decal will alert officers upon responding to a home where a registered individual resides. The use of the wristband and decal is voluntary. Only designated police personnel will have access to information within the Special Needs Registry. It will be made available to officers when dispatched to a registered address. Also, if an officer encounters an individual wearing the wristband during an emergency situation, they will be provided information regarding that registered person, including contact information for their parent or guardian. The information within this registry will afford our officers the opportunity to better de-escalate critical incidents with an at-risk individual when in crisis. We encourage our residents to consider participating in the Special Needs Registry. Any individual with unique or special needs, regardless of age, who may require special assistance in an emergency situation or during an interaction with police, is eligible for this program. For more information on our Special Needs Registry, please visit our website, contact our Community Affairs Unit by email, or call us by phone. Thank you.
And I also wanted to give a shout out to Nancy Pobiones, who had sent me messages about this program. Thank you, Nancy, town resident. I'm going to pass it over now to the chair of our Special Needs Advisory Board, the great Vivian Levy.
Can anyone hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, okay. I guess you can't. It's not letting me show video. Okay, I'll just talk then. Oh, here we go. Okay, hi, good evening, everybody. Thank you so much for allowing me to speak on this item that is very dear to my heart. Again, my name is Vivian Levy. I'm the chair of the Special Needs Advisory Board, and I have a son with autism. He's 16 years old. His name is Ryan. And this program, I believe, is very needed in our town. actually in every town, in every city. I did a little bit of research and I spoke with Officer Jennifer Miro from the Pembroke Pines Police Department. She was extremely helpful. She helped to create the program and she explained everything to me, and she was a very nice lady, and I thanked her for her service. And just for the record, I wanted to mention her name because she really helped me out and was on the phone with me for a while with all the questions that I had. I mean, the video pretty much explained the program. But I think that our town needs to lead on this, and hopefully, other municipalities will adopt a similar program. I urge, the mayor and the council to please, bring it up for a vote so we can, start this program in our town. We need to be proactive with our kids and adult, and the elderly, anybody who suffers from dementia or Alzheimer's, might wonder. And I think this will be a great addition to our town. The Special Needs Advisory Board would love to work on this. We can provide the decals and the bracelets if we decide to go ahead and move forward with the program. So thanks again. Again, this is dear to my heart. So I appreciate you listening.
Thank you, Chair Levy. Thank you for everything that you do. And we really appreciate all the legwork that you did in reaching out to Pembroke Pines. We really, really appreciate that. Stay on the line because I'll make a motion now and then we'll go into discussion. So maybe some of the council members have questions for you. So give me 1 second and make an official motion. So I just want to make a motion approving this program in the town of Miami Lakes. Obviously, the Special Needs Advisory Board, you heard it. I mean, they're going to be providing the decals, the wristband. So my motion is just on the policy level from the council is approving this program in the town of Miami Lakes.
I'll second.
And I'll start discussion from Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm in full support of this item. I really don't have much to add, but I think it's a great program and I think avoids some of the confusion that we've sometimes seen in the news when officers respond to a situation involving someone who needs extra attention. So I think this is a great program to ensure that when the officers arrive, they have an understanding of the individual that they're dealing with, and I'll be supporting the item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Councilman Alvarez.
Mayor, in full support for this item. I think it's a great initiative. And again, thank you for bringing this before us.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Councilwoman Toronto.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think this is a wonderful item. I know that when we established the Special Needs Advisory Board, we talked about police training and other avenues that we wanted to explore to help the community, the adults, particularly with autism, to help them engage with our police officers in a more productive way. I remember that at that moment we encountered some snags because we don't have our own police department, because we are bound by Miami-Dade County and their rules. If it would be okay through the mayor, if I could possibly ask the major a couple of questions. Thank you, Major. Thank you so much. I think this is a wonderful item, and it's a wonderful program. It reminds me of the medical alert bracelets that came out years ago, so that when first responders reached a patient, they already knew what conditions they had. They were better prepared to assess the situation. Is this something that your department could work with?
I believe that we can definitely work with this. There are certain aspects that from somebody who has responded to calls out there on my own many years ago. It's been a couple of years, but it would be helpful in terms of, for example, one of the aspects that I like about it is the fact that we have data on a certain individual that has emergency contacts for them. So most of our officers are already trained in crisis intervention training. They're trained in terms of dealing with people that are autistic, but sometimes we encounter these individuals on their own outside without anybody around them, and this might give us an opportunity for my officers to say, hey, can we run this guy and find out if there's any emergency contact information for them because we found them by themselves or alone in a state of crisis. That being said, there are other aspects that I'll have to look at with our legal department, but it pretty much from what I saw that Pembroke Pines has, we should be able to do most of the things, if not all, on the list. And I'd have to work with our 911 in order to see if that's something that we can provide our dispatch or not, access to that database. So there are things that we'll have to coordinate and look at, but at the very least, there are some aspects that we can definitely utilize here in the town, and I would encourage that, or say that this sounds like a great program to look at doing in the future. So upon approval, we'll get the ball rolling and take a look at it and see what aspects we can do, if not all.
Perfect. Thank you so much, Major. And thank you, Vivian, for the legwork that you put into this. We appreciate the extra mile that you always go. You're an excellent chair for the Special Needs Advisory Board. And thank you to the Pembroke Pines Police Department for being such good neighbors and sharing their expertise with us. We really appreciate it.
Thank you, Councilwoman Morano. Major, I think you're good unless somebody has questions. Vice Mayor has some questions for you.
When you say Vice Mayor, I keep on thinking Nelson's here. So, Major, thank you. And a lot of synergy or segue into something that you and I started working on with regards to the veterans as well, because there was an interest as well on how veterans can be identified because sometimes they're dealing with issues of PTSD or other issues, and we're working with several individuals in the community on how that can cross over into the CIT. So I think it's first of all, Vivian, great job. There's a lot of crossover into this, not just in the special needs population, but also in the mental health world, where there's already some of this work going on with the CIT and how dispatchers are trained to identify CIT calls, and then maybe certain notes are entered in the system. So I see this being a very robust approach to dealing with a lot of different specialty populations. I'd love to see it applied on some of those other things that we've been talking about, and any leverage that Hobsy and I can help, at least for you and the department in bridging some of those gaps. Love to work with you and see how I can help.
And you bring up an interesting point that I didn't quite realize, that we can also work with our Veterans Affairs Committee, and they can reach out to the veterans community as well, because this falls in line with that as well. So thank you for that comment as well.
Correct. And thank you, Vivian, once again. Great item. I'll be completely in support.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's a great item. I'll be in full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Rodriguez. Councilman Fernandez.
I also think it's a great item, and I'd like to thank Chair Levy for her work on this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. And thank you, Chair Levy. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to add.
Yes, there is. One aspect that was not on the video that I loved about the program is that they delivered the bracelet and the sticker in person. They have a member from the police department go to the home of the family, and they introduce themselves, and they get to know the family, and they give them the decal and the bracelet in person. So I think that's a nice personal touch, and that goes a long way.
No, you're right. That's amazing. And that's what our department's all about, and I know that's what you're all about in the committee. So I think it's a great program. Thanks again. With that being said, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Congratulations, Chair Levy. Looking forward to seeing those decals and the wristbands and your partnership with Major Ruiz and the police department.
Me too. I look forward to it. Thank you so much. This means a lot to our community. Thank you.
No problem. We're moving on to item 16C, which was the item that got moved up. The manager had asked us to move it up. It's the Miami Lakes Library presentation for their capital improvement plan.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Mr. Gomez from the Miami-Dade County Library System is here. He'd like to show you a brief presentation on a capital improvement, a dynamic and exciting capital improvement program that the library system has planned for the Miami Lakes Library. Mr. Gomez. Yeah, right there, the little button. There you go.
Good evening, Mayor Sid and council members. My name is Leo Gomez. I'm an assistant director with the Miami-Dade Public Library System. First, on behalf of my director, Ray Baker, he expressed his regrets that he's not able to be here to make this presentation, so you're stuck with me.
That's all right. You bring good news, so it's all good.
So as you can see in front of you, we're looking at the Miami Lakes Public Library, where we've been there for quite a while. It's a 1980s building, and we've done many renovations to it, but nothing to the extent that we're looking at here. The library, if you go over to the third page, you're going to see the existing library, with shots from the south and the west views. And then it would pass by. We will move on to the proposed site plan of the new library. And one of the reasons why we're bringing this up front is because we're going to show that what is important to us is also to blend our library with the Passive Park, which the Passive Park, we actually leased it to the town, and the town is working on developing it, and we are going to connect the two, so that way individuals that enjoy the library will also have an opportunity to go to the Passive Park. In the next page, you will see an aerial perspective of the library as you're approaching the library from the south. One of the things that we want you to really look at on this particular slide or this particular view is the fact that we're turning the outside of the library into an active area for people to enjoy. As you walk into the area, what you see there are actually seating that is done in angles made of concrete, which are going to provide service, and there will be trees all over the south part of the grounds. The next rendering that you see is the west side of the new Miami Lakes Public Library, facing 67th Avenue. One of the really nice things that you see here is behind that sign that you see there, there's actually a courtyard where individuals can enjoy the weather and still be able to access all of our online products through our Wi-Fi system. The Wi-Fi system that we have actually extends outside of the building, so many times you can actually see individuals in their cars or sitting on the property. The library might be closed, but all of our online services are available to them on their computer. The next rendering is the south, which is basically the main entrance to the library. And as you can see there, we're emphasizing the trees, the canopies, all the things that really make Miami Lakes special. So it's a special entrance. The outside, like I said, is going to have a lot of seating, a lot of areas for lounging. And then the next one is probably the thing that we are looking for the most, which is the 2 floor plans that you see. Our current library measures a little bit over 10,000 square feet. We're actually increasing that by more than 50%. You're looking at a library that is close to 16,000 square feet. And what does that mean? That means more space for more programs, for more services, for more of what the community needs. What we're doing right now, as far as the process is concerned, we're actually working with our consultants on exactly what is going to be inside this footprint. What are the services that are going to be provided? I don't know if you visit our library lately. Right now, we would really want to reach out to the young adults to bring them in, and the young adults will have a section that will be for them. We're looking at IT products. We're looking at co-working spaces. We're looking at multi-auditoriums for presentations. We're looking at children's areas that will be divided by age. We're looking at all of these possibilities that are in front of us, and we have to fill it in here. That's what we're doing right now. And in the next steps, you will see that we are providing you with a very general timeline about how this thing is going to work. Currently, we are in design development. We will continue in design development, and then we will start to create the construction documents. Once those construction documents are done, we'll put them through the building department, and then we'll go looking for a general contractor to come in and make this a reality.
So I wanted to give the council some historical perspective on this, because I don't know if anybody was on the council back then, but back in 2015, the library district had raised their millage. And that bothered me because I wanted to see renovations faster. I'm like, hey, if you're gonna raise, I think it was like over $200,000 extra that our residents were paying into the district, if you're gonna raise the millage to our residents, there has to be improvements. So I do just gotta say kudos to you and to Ray Baker, to Director Baker, because that conversation started in July of 2015. And all these years later, over 5 years later, it's coming to fruition. I know our former town manager, Alex Ray, was working on it, so I really appreciate you guys keeping your word to the council, and more importantly to our residents, of showcasing these improvements, you know, so it means a lot, and I think this is amazing. I do want to tell you this, the only advice I would give you guys is there's a missed opportunity here, right? I do believe that there is a portion here, maybe you guys can do an RFP or a request for proposal, a problem statement or whatever it is, to have maybe like a Pasión de Cielo, Juan Valdez Coffee, like have some sort of coffee shop inside. A, it generates revenue for you guys, but B, it creates that kind of vibe. But just my opinion, I know I shared that with Director Baker in the past. Yes. I would love to see that happen, you know, but I do think this is, and seeing a concrete timetable, I really appreciate that. You know, 5 years later, you guys working on that. I know the wheels of government take some time, but it's coming to fruition. So thank you guys very much for delivering that to our residents. You know,
our
it means
pleasure.
A lot.
Our pleasure. And we will be back as the process continues to keep you up to date.
No, it means, and having a timetable, not only conceptual designs, but an actual timetable that we can showcase to our residents, it does mean a lot to us. So anybody else want to chime in, you can go ahead and, no? Anybody else? We're good? Yeah. And by the way, the vice mayor literally lives right next to that passive park you're talking about, so he's gonna be able to walk there.
The funny thing is that literally that's the entrance to my home, and I really appreciate the beautiful structure that you're renovating there, and that is something that the residents have wanted in that community, which is actually to enjoy that park, and I love how you're actually designing it so it's a benefit to both, and continuing to build on those synergies as you look at programming. We have a robust committee system here, and one of the committees that probably really brings a lot of culture to our community is the Cultural Affairs Committee. And I've seen the role of the library change over the years and really become a hub for the arts, a hub for culture, and I've seen a lot of the programming. So I would love, really in that spirit of really embracing the community, that that our Cultural Affairs Committee have some type of input in that process. And maybe that can be the beginning of a long-term dialogue or a long-term relationship with the community where we're truly embracing that. But from a personal perspective, I know the residents of Windmill Gate I mean, just the renderings are beautiful. So I know that immediately you're going to make an impact in that community. I'd like to take that a step further and see how we can continue to embrace that and help you along your way to complete your mission, because libraries are changing and they are not a place, and I think you and I were kind of joking, you know, they're not just books anymore. They've really changed, and they're communication hub, they're cultural hubs, they're art hubs, and I'd like to see if that's something that we can continue to help you on your journey.
Absolutely.
So thank you so much.
Absolutely. My pleasure. Okay.
Manager wants to chime in.
Mr. Gomez, on that, right there on 67th Avenue, we recently had a significant road project that eliminated an entry feature to the town because it was in the center median, and we had to take the center median to add an extra through lane under the Palmetto. So do you think that the library system would be open to the idea of working with our team to maybe consider incorporating some type, and I don't know what it would be, I'm not a designer.
I remember a windmill.
Yes, right.
Okay.
So some type of incorporating some type of an entry feature into the master design of the library that would both be aesthetically in line with what the library system is planning, but then also can help us replace the entry feature that we had to eliminate for that extra travel lane.
Definitely discuss that.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
Well, thank you again, and we look forward to being there for the groundbreaking. I think it's a big day for our community. I mean, how old is that building? That building's been the same since when? The 70s? I mean,
80s.
The 80s.
Yes.
Yeah. So no, thank you very much.
Don't date me. So, been there since the 80s.
We'll see you in. We'll see you in November of 2021 for the groundbreaking. So.
We'll be there, hopefully, God willing. Have a good evening.
Have a good night. Thank you very much. So we're moving on to, give me 1 second, the appointments. We have appointments today to several committees. We have Naib Hassan to the Veterans Affairs Committee by Councilwoman Ruano. We have Angelo Cuadra to the Blasting Committee by Councilmember Josh Diegues. We have Raymond Garcia to the Blasting Committee by Councilmember Tony Fernandez. Any motions on the table?
Motion. Second.
Is there, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. I did want to take a point of personal privilege, specifically on Naib Hassan. And I think, you know, that election was very contentious. I think you saw tonight some goodwill by Councilmember Fernandez voting in affirmative to put him back on a committee. What I do want to see, it's not a requirement. This is a free and open society. People don't have to do it. But you always want to see people working together, people getting along together, people talking to each other, people calling somebody and congratulating them on campaigns, wishing them well. And I think that type of congeniality is really important. Councilwoman Ruano and Ray Garcia had it. I do hope that Naib and Tony do that. I think it's really important for our town to unify, and I think you saw the first step tonight by Councilmember Fernandez doing that. Councilman Vice Mayor Collazo did the same thing 2 years ago, or 4 years ago. But I think that's really, really important. So I wanted to make a point of that, because when that, I think it's really important that people just talk to each other, specifically after contentious elections. And I think you saw the first step tonight from Councilmember Fernandez voting in affirmative. So I do think it's important. We don't have to do it, but that people, you know, reach out, congratulate people, squash them. Elections are over. Perfect example is, you know, the national elections, right? You saw what happened after the elections finished. President Trump, great friends with Marco Rubio now, and Ted Cruz. Same thing happened with Joe Biden and Kamala Harris. I mean, they had a terrible primary, and she ended up becoming the vice presidential nominee. So I think we need more of that, squashing those campaign issues, you know. So I just want to make a point of that, and I hope, and again, nobody has to do it. It's a free and open society. But as mayor and as somebody that likes seeing our brand continue to move forward, I think it's important that that process happens, that unity continues to happen. So thank you Councilman Fernandez for taking that step. We're on to and also, I don't see any the members, I know they all left, so congratulations to everybody being added to these committees. We're moving on to the Blasting Advisory Board. I see Chair Martinez in the back. Welcome, Chairman. You have a new member on your committee. You have Mr. Angelo Quadra, just got appointed to your committee.
Yeah, you have the items that we had submitted. You read them, all right. So I guess more important is if you have any questions to address. It's basically 3 items that we feel that, and it's a follow-up from the previous committee. But one, as you're aware, that my group, we have discovered science with regards to the blasting. And we believe that it's imperative that everybody understand what we're experiencing, how we're experiencing it, and why we're experiencing it, to allow us to have discussions to be able to come to some sort of middle ground with our neighbors. So the committee has asked that we could provide a town hall forum type meeting to give a presentation to the public at large. So that was one aspect. The next one is similarly to what we've done already, to have a trip to Tallahassee, but I don't want to say better organized, but organized differently. Possibly to go just a few committee members to go into lobby to inform our electorate what we're looking for, to see what we could come to a middle ground again. And if there's much public support, then maybe have some larger venue of sort to entertain that. But at a minimum, to go a few members, something small, not too costly, very, very minimal, but impactful. And lastly, is something that came up from the previous committee again, is to have some more of presence from the town in support of the committee, have more exposure, so we can have some flyers, some of the town events that we can have, some sort of exposure for the committee, for the residents, so that they can know that we exist and any questions and that type of thing. So we're just presenting it to you guys to see any ideas that can be done. It could be helpful and be more effective as a committee.
Well, first, I know we have to let's take a motion and approve, at least start moving this forward, everything else presented today from the committee. I'm okay, I'll move it.
I'll second.
All right, then, if anybody wants to chime in, I'll chime in on this. I know I had talked to Representative Fabricio, and he's ready to go with legislation, and I know he's already working.
Yeah, we've spoken
okay, so you got it. But anybody else want to? I just wanted to thank you guys for all your hard work. I think it's a good game plan that you have so far, and I agree. More exposure, more people going. A trip to Tallahassee with 4 people, we need
It's education. I think education is the key.
Constantly educating folks. Anybody else want to chime in? Just jump in.
Mr. Mayor.
Who wants to chime in? Just jump in.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Chairman, again, let me start by saying thank you for being one of the few people, one of the 4, as you pointed out, to take advantage of the bus trip to Tallahassee and to actually try and make a difference in meeting with our legislators. There were a lot of people that were saying that it was futile, and they used that as a justification not to do anything. And I think you are a model of somebody who says, notwithstanding the odds, I'm going to keep on pushing. I want to support you in your efforts to keep on pushing 1,000%. My question to you with respect to the bus trip is, how does the committee plan to ensure that we don't just throw, not that it was throwing money away out there, but we went from having a significant list of participants that wanted to go to down to 4. How is the committee planning to sustain the interest so that we actually get a much bigger group of people to go? Because as you know, the more, not only that they see the same people going up and telling them about this issue, but if they see a larger group of people going out there, it's going to automatically get more attention and get more support, because it's not, in the legislators' minds, it's not, oh, it's the same 4 people again. So what is the committee's plan to get around that?
That's where I come in that, and to be more cost effective. I don't see the effectiveness of a large group going as a rally of sort to be effective as far as eliciting change and informing our elected officials. I see it more effective, and that's what I learned with going with a small group that we did. We were able to travel floor to floor, room to room, very quickly, and I think that was fantastic. It wouldn't happen if we had 50 people with us. However, if 50 people want to go, I think it's also impactful to show that there's backing to what we're saying. So that's why we propose to have possibly a double event. You know, maybe overnight, you know, the committee members go overnight, the first day to speak, the committee, and then the second day is a rally of sort. We need the town's assistance to organize some, you know, some sort of trip this way. I think it'll be more cost effective, not necessarily, if the large group doesn't happen, then just 4 people are going up, that's fine. Rent a car, you know, it's not getting a Greyhound bus to go up. So it's very cost effective. So that's why we're trying to see to entertain what is possible and act on it, actually, you know, to do it.
It makes sense, and so I look forward to seeing, you know, how we start fleshing that out, and of course, like I said, I'll support you from our end as far as whatever we can do to give you the resources to make it happen. Obviously, this issue's been going on for a long time, and it's a challenging issue with a lot of moving parts. And one of the things I love, though, about your leadership style on this issue is that you really do break it down to its bare essence, and help the average person understand the issue. So I really appreciate that, and
Thank you.
and I also appreciate your relentlessness. So thank you.
Thank you.
Jump in, anybody that has comments, if not, we'll.
I do. Chairman Martinez, thank you so much. First of all, you've taken personal time to educate me, and got my kids a really cool toy out of it. But I think you are doing a great job as chair, at least, you know, educating people and bringing people up to speed. Now, what you're asking for are help with the next steps, and I completely support. I think number one's a no-brainer. I think it's very easy to accomplish within the framework we have. We have a neighborhood improvement committee that hosts quarterly forums. Maybe this is going to be one of the topics that can be spoken about. There you have your public forum. Number two, the lobbying trip to Tallahassee. I think you got to do that hand in hand with Representative Fabricio. Representative Fabricio has committed to being a champion on this issue.
Yes.
I think you work a playbook with him, you know, and you say, look, when do you need us, and how can we be of help? And I think that with our lobbying team and Representative Fabricio kind of championing this issue, it's definitely something that you can both help each other with. So I think that would be something that I would encourage you to do. And promotion and on these issues, social media, you know, other town events, we can do that. I think that's an easy lift for us. So I think you can get a commitment from us to help you with all three of these. And I would just, sooner rather than later, I know Mr. Fabricio was just sworn into office today as representative, getting him and the other representative as well, Representative Rizzo, who also committed to this issue, you know, get a playbook from them and get them to weigh in on how we can support you. And I think you're doing a great job. So thank you so much for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Chair Martinez. I can support all of these items. We did them in the past, and we need to continue to do them until we bring a feasible solution to our problem. I think that one of the most important items, and I think it's where we struggled last, was with the promotion of the committee. That is what we need to target right now. The most important thing is for the entire community to know that this committee exists, that they are doing good work, that you are doing good work, and that residents can come out and participate and listen and learn. If we don't get the message out there, we are going to end up in the same place that we did last time. So for me, the priority, and I can support all of these requests, I think the priority needs to be getting our messaging out there so that if there are meetings or we can coordinate this information forum, for example, we need participation. I know that you've done an excellent job when you've hosted forums. I attended one at Country Club. You did an excellent job, and you had an enormous amount of people there. So maybe you can share that expertise with us so that we can make this committee more well-known. It's one of the biggest problems that we have on the west side of town, and I think that if residents knew more about it, they would participate more.
Agreed. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you.
I will say this about the bus trip last time. I know the city, I think we're on our own as a town. City of Miramar had promised to pay for portions of it. They never did. And I think the PSN Civic Association has said the same thing, and they never did. So if we do something, it's obvious it's the town of Miami Lakes. I don't even know if Miramar's committees even are meeting anymore. They don't even talk about the issue anymore, you know? Yeah. So it's on us. So that I appreciate everything you guys are doing.
Thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Thank you, Chair Martinez.
Thank you.
Have a good night. We're on to the Elderly Affairs Committee. Chair Wicks, is Chair Wicks here?
Herman,
Yes,
can you please pull up Dottie
Yes,
Wicks?
we're routing here. Yes, I am here.
Chair Wicks, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you. I'm here on behalf of the Elderly Affairs Committee tonight to request a transfer of funds between categories of our budget. First, I'd like to thank my committee and volunteers, the restaurants, and everybody that was involved in this traveling bingo lunch. It has been a great success in the community. In order to continue the lunches, we need to transfer, or let's put it this way, to continue it because of the virus, we need to transfer funds between the following categories. The senior field trips, $6,000, senior socials, $12,000, rock boxing, $2,500, a total of $20,500. This program has been a huge success in the community. We started with 80 seniors, and now we're up to 117.
Got it. Thank you, Chair Wicks. Is there a motion on the table?
I'll move it.
I'll second.
Any discussion on this, council? Seeing none. Vice Mayor has discussion.
I don't know if Dottie is still with us.
Yes, I am.
Dottie, or Chairwoman Wicks, there are 3 line items that you're moving from. The senior socials, the senior field trips, and the Rocksteady boxing. The field trips is which one? The $6,000 line item?
Yes, sir.
And is that all of the field trips for the year?
Yes.
And the $12,000, is that all of the senior socials for the year?
Yes, it is.
Basically, was the will of the committee then to no longer provide any of those other activities, assuming that we're going to be under these restrictions for quite some time? And then how long would this continue the activity of the lunch?
Into next year. Exactly how long, I don't know, because we have sponsors that we have that have helped us out this far. We're going to have two of our large socials will be Thanksgiving and Christmas. So Thanksgiving will be next week. And so that was 2, let's say that's 8,000 of that budget.
Okay. I was just considering maybe a more conservative approach, maybe have some of the money not attributed, not all of them, maybe anticipation that we may have some reopening. But if the committee feels comfortable just doing this as the programming, I'm fine with it. Just wanted to see, did you guys give that any consideration to that?
Yes, we did. We felt that if things turn around, we could always transfer money back.
Okay. Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion, council? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. Thank you, Chair Wicks. Thank you for everything you do, and thank you for everything the committee has been doing in the community.
Thank you.
Council, we're moving on. That is the last committee report. We're going to be moving on to some items that got pulled, and correct me if I'm wrong, Council, but we have item 10F, which is Councilman Rodriguez, and we have item 10E, which is the Vice Mayor Collazos. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I pulled the item not for the specifics of the item itself, but to add something that I had discussed with the manager, the deputy manager, and the deputy attorney during my briefing. This transfer was brought about because of a discussion that was introduced by Councilman Dieguez regarding traffic calming devices near the K9 Cove Dog Park. In those discussions, FDOT offered to transfer jurisdictional authority to Northwest 77th Court to the town of Miami Lakes. During my briefing, I asked the question of whether we still have to ask Miami-Dade County, even though we now have jurisdictional control over the road, whether we still have to ask Miami-Dade County for approval. And the answer was yes. So all of us have gotten approached by residents countlessly about traffic calming devices in residential neighborhoods. So my discussion with the manager and the deputy manager was, why don't we open a discussion with Miami-Dade County to have a blanket authority agreement where it says on residential roads that we maintain, let us do our own internal analysis, the same procedures that you guys require us to do, have the speed readings. You know, we're not going to just put speed bumps all over town. It's in justifiable areas, but have it done where we have an interlocal agreement one time and say, all right, on residential roads, Miami Lakes will follow this protocol and have authority to put traffic calming devices on their residential roads. I think it's something that we should entertain, because if we have to go back to the county every single time that we want to put a speed bump or a speed hump in the residential roads, then we're never really going to get anything done for our residents. So I think it's something we should try and take up all at once and sort of rein in some of that authority from the county. So my item is to approve this item with an amendment directing town staff to negotiate an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County for blanket authority to install traffic calming devices on residential roads.
I'll second.
Discussion, council, on, yes, Councilman Ruano.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A question through the mayor to the manager. The discussion about the road transfer was to allow us to make decisions over the road, or did I misunderstand that?
No, this road here is owned by FDOT. So when the new business item was approved a few months back, we had to go to FDOT to get their permission, because it's not even our road. Other roads are our roads, so we still had to get Dade County's approval, because in the road transfer agreement, they retained control over traffic calming devices. So the first step here, when we approached FDOT about getting their approval first, that's when they broached the idea of, hey, why don't you just take over the road? So that's what's before you here, is the transfer of not even the entire stretch, because this is only from 154 south over towards 82nd Avenue. So that portion of this road would be transferred from FDOT to us. But then once it's our road, we still are kind of obligated to seek Dade County's approval for the traffic calming device. So I guess the amendment would be to try and get a global, universal agreement with Dade County to allow, exempting streets, major through thoroughfares like 154 and those, but any of the back road residential streets allow us more control over just implementing them without having to go to Dade County.
Correct. So I misunderstood. I believed that when the road transferred to Miami Lakes, that we then had jurisdiction over, deciding what we wanted to do on the road. I didn't realize that we were going to still have to defer to the county for permission. So what are the benefits of us taking over the road?
It's one less thing now, especially if we're able to secure the agreement that Council Member Rodriguez is proposing. Now this is a road that we don't have to go to FDOT. We wouldn't have to go to Dade County. And also, there have been some instances that you, as the council, have elected to just move forward and waive the rule, as I think was the term that was used. There are some instances on, I think, 79th Avenue where we moved forward and didn't really go to the county for approval. But officially and in reality, we do need Dade County's approval for traffic calming devices. Not only speed bumps,
for
but traffic
signage and
circles, three-way stops, things of that nature. So
okay, I understand. It just doesn't make a lot of sense to me, right? If we take over the road and we maintain it, and now we're responsible for repaving it or fixing it or, everything, right? It's a cost to the town, but we still have to ask the county to allow us to make certain improvements to it. So it doesn't make a lot of sense why we're taking over it.
Yeah, it eliminates one step in the process, because I'm sure that, you know, if we got FDOT's approval, we would still need to get Dade County's approval. So what we're doing is eliminating one step. We're already doing a lot of the landscape maintenance there, so it's more control over roads in our town. If it were just on cost, we would turn all the roads over to Dade County.
Right.
And, you know, opt out of, I don't know if we could, but that'd be something for the attorneys. We eliminate all of the ownership in any of the roads. But it's control over our roads, and that's really what we're trying to seek. And in both measures, this transfer as well as the measure that...
No, and I completely agree with
yeah.
Councilmember Rodriguez, right? It makes no sense to keep doing this back and forth, that we can have a blanket agreement. I just didn't quite understand, I guess, the transfer part of it. Thank you, Mr. Manager.
Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to the manager, I just wanted to clarify some of the back and forth that you just had. I have this device, as you know, to my left that is fairly loud. But with that said, just to make sure I understand, we still have to take care of the roads and the and some of the grassy areas around this stretch of road anyway, correct?
Right, and a portion of that we pay, and a portion of that FDOT pays us for that maintenance. It includes, the agreement also includes the assistance with the maintenance of the off-ramp from southbound Palmetto onto 154, that whole stretch, some of the maintenance along the 77th Court as it goes southbound.
And with respect to her earlier question about the efficacy, or, you know, what's the point, I'm just curious, did FDOT at all say no to the possibility of us proceeding with just putting the temporary speed bumps?
Not that I'm aware of. This is what they proposed. In lieu of having to seek their approval, they offered to transfer the road to the town.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Manager.
Councilman Fernandez.
Through the mayor to the manager, during our briefing we discussed what the potential cost of repaving the road. I understand the road is in good condition now. Were you able to obtain an estimate as to what it would cost to repave?
Yeah, we can get that for you, council member. You know, it's the cost of it is, but that road is nowhere near needing to be repaved. And in reality, because of our budget and our infrastructure system, we really don't do wholesale repaving of any street other than when we install new drainage systems, et cetera. We really don't account for that in our budget.
Perhaps we should start. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Fernandez. Seeing no further discussion, we're back onto the main motion. Well, there was an amendment, correct?
Yes.
So we're on the amendment.
Right. Well, the motion was
the
to
motion
approve it
included
with
that
that
change.
amendment.
The Vice Mayor.
Through the chair to the manager. So when we have jurisdiction over the roads, we're the entity that has to pay for the studies. We're the entity that has to provide all of the backup material for Miami-Dade County.
Even when, in all times, if we want to install a traffic calming device, regardless, we always have to conduct do the studies and so forth. Miami-Dade County is currently revamping or re-looking at their traffic calming devices and their policy as to what constitutes a need for a traffic calming device. And once they do that, our plan is, and I think it was direction from this council a few months back, is to develop our own street calming device, including speed humps policy. And so, yeah, we would, in all instances, we would always be responsible for developing a criteria and justifying the criteria for a calming device.
So on the roads that they own, like 67th, 87th, that would be on their end, correct?
Correct. But all we could do there is request that they do that. But those are really not roads that would call for street calming device, definitely not a speed hump or more stop signs. You know, there's no stop signs, there's only traffic lights there on the avenues.
No, but there have been requests for I guess, additional signage for the speed limit signage. And I know that's come directly from...
That does not constitute a street calming device. So we could, you know, it's their road, so we can request that, but that's not something that would call for or require a study to be done. Like any street that we have that is not a county street, we can put up speed limit signs, you know, wherever we want. That does not constitute a street calming device where the county retained control over.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. We're back on to the main motion that has some changes to this resolution. Any further comments you wanted to add, Councilman Rodriguez, before we close?
No, Mayor, that's it.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed?
I'm opposed.
All right.
Are
Madam
we
Clerk,
on
please
the-
call the roll. And can you repeat the motion so everybody's clear, and please call the roll?
I don't have the motion, but I have the notes given to me. Motion to amend the resolution, but I was not here during the discussion,
Okay.
so I didn't hear the motion.
I think we should maybe split up the item and the amendment, because my amendment really doesn't have anything to do with Northwest 77th Court. It really is regarding the entire town, but since this was traffic calming, it was sort of germane to the issue. So my amendment to the main item is to request that town staff negotiate an interlocal agreement with Miami-Dade County for blanket authority to install traffic calming devices on residential roads.
All right, so that was your
May I, a point of clarification, can we vote on an amendment on its own?
No.
We can't, right? I think that what you're trying to propose is a really good item, and I don't want it
Yeah, it
to
seems
not
like it's a new
pass
business
based
item.
on, because of the transfer
So
of
then
the
I
road.
first need to make a motion on the item to approve the item.
No, but you can't bring up something like that that's not on the agenda. What you're doing is you're amending, you pulled an item, and you can't just pass another motion afterwards. You would have to bring back a new business item.
A new business item for this item? I was told
Yes.
that I could have it brought up.
Mr. Attorney, and just for some clarification here, Councilmember Rodriguez pulled an item from consent. He wants to, there needs to be a vote on that item, but he wants to bring up a separate issue that's germane to this item with a separate motion that has not together with this item, not an amendment to this item, which you can't.
I can do it as an amendment to this item. I just won't have the support of Councilman Fernandez, but
Well,
I was
then
trying to split it
still
up. but-
just move forward with that. That's the best way to do it.
Okay. If an amendment to a motion does not pass, is it subject to that rule where it cannot come back for a certain amount of time?
I think we have something in the council, it can be brought up by somebody on the winning side. In other words,
It's brought up by someone on the winning side.
right, in other words, if it doesn't pass and somebody wants to reconsider it, I believe a person on the winning side can bring it back up, is what I recall.
But I think her question really goes to whether the rule that you can't bring something that dies for 6 months, right? Is that the rule you're talking about? I think that's what she's referring to. So my understanding is that applies to the main item, not so much to the amendments. That's my understanding. But I think you're answering a
Yeah.
different question, which is about who can basically call for a revote, as it were.
Yeah, I thought that's what you were asking me for tonight. If you guys vote on something,
Right, if in this case, I'm inclined to supporting an amendment, but not the main motion. So if the main motion does not pass, can that amendment come back on its own?
I believe
in
so.
another- in a
I
following
think
meeting?
I think that's a little different. I believe it can. I believe it can, especially if you all are in agreement that it can come back up before you, then there's definitely not an issue.
Thank you.
All right, so let's put this back in the proper posture. There's a motion and a second on the table, right? And that motion and second included your changes, right?
Correct.
Okay, so that's where we're at. We can call the roll and see where we're at, but I prefer that. So I'm just gonna call the roll.
Okay.
Madam Clerk.
Just to, point of clarification, that what we're about to vote on includes the amendment?
Yes.
Okay.
So voting only on the amendment by
No.
council member?
No.
No.
The item as amended. The item as amended.
okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the item 10F as amended. Council member Alvarez.
Yes.
Council member Rodriguez.
Yes.
Council member Ruano.
No.
Council member Fernandez.
No.
Council member Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to the next item. That is an item that the Vice Mayor had pulled, which is item 10E.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Item 10E is pretty cut and dry. Definitely something that I think adds value, especially to that area of town. The one thing that came up during my discussion was the issue of a speed zone. That school is the only school in the town of Miami Lakes that's not protected by a speed buffer. And there may be some very good reasons for that, but if we're creating a safe route to school, I think that should be something that we should consider. So I wanted to make sure that that was part of the item, that we could include a speed zone, a 15-mile-per-hour speed zone if we could, in that school or around that school.
Yeah, if I may.
Well,
guess
did you
got
make the
gap.
motion?
I guess recognizing the man.
Yeah, I guess. In reality, they're kind of separate. We are already entertaining discussions with the school board about a speed zone. In fact, the county said we needed a study, and the school board has initially, they haven't approved it, but initially committed to funding the study for there to be a speed zone. So obviously it's related to this project, but it's probably a standalone thing, and we're already moving forward in conjunction, in partnership with the school board, to see if we can have a speed zone, a school zone established in that area.
Great, and if we don't need to move it per se as a motion, I just wanted to make sure that it's in the record that we want to make sure that there's a speed zone if we're creating a safe route to school. And the second thing, I know safe routes to school have maybe gotten a black eye, so to speak, with the tree canopy, right? And sometimes we don't necessarily see the value, or maybe in the past we've had some trees slated for removal. I'd just like to make sure that whatever we're doing in that area, that we've learned from our past, and we do our best, as we've done with safe routes to school to this point, figure out a way to make sure that the existing tree canopy in that area, if they're not trees, if they're trees that can be preserved, that they're preserved.
We may look stupid, but we ain't really that stupid. Yeah. We learned our lesson.
I've also learned my lesson as well, making sure that we hold you accountable. So that's why I'm putting it into the record.
And I could tell you that there are no trees that will be affected with this project.
Excellent, thank you.
Even if I got to go out there and stop the bulldozers myself.
Made a motion already? No, we
No
got to
motion.
approve it. We got to approve it anyways.
I'll make a motion to approve the project.
I'll second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're back on to the consent calendar. Are there any motions on the consent calendar?
I'll move it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to item 11A, ordinances. Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, modifying the budget approved by ordinance number 20-269, amending the town's fiscal year 2020-21 budget, providing for expenditure of funds, providing for amendments, providing for conflicts, authorizing the town manager to take all actions necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this ordinance, providing for severability, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager, 11A.
Yeah, this actually is an emergency ordinance, so It's only going to be read one time. It's not going to be brought back again next month. And the reason for that is time is of the essence with this. It has to be, it's a CARES Act expenditure, and it has to be completed by the end of December 30th, actually. You're going to see a companion item in a minute that's going to be a resolution. But this item here, what it does, it creates it's a budget modification to create the program in our budget that allows for this to happen. And I'll give you a Reader's Digest version of the backstory behind this. As all of you know, CARES Act was passed by Congress, had a lot of different provisions, one of which was direct assistance to local governments. They had originally slated only governments that had a certain population, and really the only one in Dade County that qualified was the Dade County government. After much pressure from local governments and elected officials like yourselves, Dade County finally elected to allocate from their, I think, $400 and some odd million CARES Act allocation. They allocated $100 million to be shared with municipalities. $75 million of that allocation was for operational expenses, and we've already been applying to them for those operational expenses, like the plexiglass that you see there between you, PPE that we've acquired, overtime for police officers for many of our events like the food drives and so forth. So all of that is already allocated from the bigger pot, from the $75 million. Then they allocated $25 million for other types of programs or projects. We submitted, and we were given, I think, like just a handful of days to create programs. So we created several programs that we submitted, I think about 4 or 5 of which were approved in concept. Those totaled, I think, $3.4 million worth of asks or requests. The Dade County government finally said that they allocated the money with a population formula. They allocated to us $552,000. So what we did, they asked us, go back, if you have multiple projects that got approved, go back and reevaluate and submit to us a single project that meets the spirit of a project that you already got approved. The project that you're going to see under resolutions is a small business grant project. So of the $552,000, we're going to, our proposal here under the resolution that you're going to see is to allocate $10,000 grants for 50 businesses. There's a criteria that's set, and the other $52,000 we're going to use for administrative expenses, because we're going to hire a temporary financial / accountant to be able to evaluate this. All of this has to happen by December 30th. We hope to have this done. If this is approved this evening, tomorrow we're going to blast it out to the business community and start accepting applications. And we hope to sometime before the holidays to be able, in partnership with the council members, be able to award these grants to small businesses that are in need as a result of the COVID. But this, what's before you now, the first item is the emergency ordinance establishing the budget, creating that within our budget that establishes the program.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
There's a motion and a second. Motion by Councilman Rodriguez, seconded by the Vice Mayor. Discussion on this, Councilman Dieguez.
I'm gonna save discussion for the resolution portion.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through the chair to the manager. Just to clarify what I believe you said, the money, basically the entire CARES Act money that we've been allocated from the county is what we're proposing to put into this particular program, correct?
We have gotten reimbursed for our operational expenses. Thousands of dollars.
As in these things?
Huh? Correct. Thousands of dollars for programs or a project, a standalone project that is not an operational expense. What we have been awarded to us is $552,000, and we've dedicated what's going to be before you is awarding all of that through the small business grant program.
And what was the genesis for this item? For example, was there a discussion to put it toward this program, or say a program for residents maybe that are having a hard time with their mortgage or their leases?
The programs that got approved, and Ismail, if you could probably, are you there behind me? Yeah. I like it better when I'm up there and I could see my staff. We had about 4 or 5 different projects that got approved in concept. And if we had gone back, like one of them was at-home COVID testing. That was, I don't know, a couple, like $1 million. $2.3 million for that. So there was a handful of things that got approved, but then we thought there's plenty of testing around that didn't make sense. When the county asked us to go back and really come back with a single project, this is the project that we thought, and we were kind of, everything in this whole evolution has been time sensitive. Hey, we need it by Monday. So that's really what's prevented us from being able to bring it back, do a workshop, slow and methodical, bring it before you, get input from you. So everything that has happened with this CARES Act allocation has been last minute and really thrown at us with extremely tight constraints. So we thought that the one that made most sense from the ones that we had submitted and got approved already in concept was the small business grant program.
Thank you. So I'm going to support the item. I just wanted to see what the genesis of the idea was. Was there consideration given to other programs? It does seem as if a variety of municipalities are going down this route. I know Coral Gables has a program that they've launched that's very similar to what I'm seeing in my packet. I do think that that's been an unfortunate part of this CARES Act process, is that there hasn't been enough collaboration from the start, and it's, I think, put us in a bind now to have to rush to make these decisions. And I think ultimately that actually has impeded better decision making. I actually would have probably preferred to have seen something supporting the residents before the businesses. Not that the businesses don't need it, but I just think that, you know, that there are many people that are not business owners, but that are laborers that live in the town, workers, that could have probably benefited from this. But I'm going to support the item, and I just want to apologize for, you know, the fact that I keep, I guess, asking questions that have already been answered. It's just, you know, it's very loud, and then on top of that, a lot of people don't know this, but I can't hear too well to my left ear. So now you're throwing some noise, and it just makes it very hard. So thank you, Danny, for taking action on that, and for everybody's patience.
Any further discussion, council? Anyone else? Just for the record, I do own a business, small business in the town, and I will not be applying for this. I will not be applying for this. So just FYI, and I know there's other members up here that own small businesses here, and I'm sure they're going to be doing the same thing and not applying for this. I want to support our small businesses, but I just wanted to put that for on the record. So with that being said, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item ordinance 11A.
Item 11A. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Item 11A, ordinance passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 12A, which is an ordinance in second reading, and this is a public hearing. 12A, Mr. Attorney.
An ordinance of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, relating to permitted materials for townhouse, single-family, and two-family canopies and accessory buildings, amending Chapter 13 Land Development Code at Article 1 in general at Section 13-1 Definitions and References, and at Article 4 Zoning District Regulations, Division 3 RUTH Townhouse District at Section 13-442 Definitions, and at Article 5 Allowable encroachments into the required yards and exceptions to the maximum permitted heights at Section 13-1502 Accessory buildings, and at Section 13-1506 Canopies, permitting aluminum and synthetic materials in a style that resembles wood construction, providing for repeal of laws in conflict, providing for severability, providing for inclusion into the town code, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, this is the second reading of this ordinance. This is as a result of a new business item that was brought before the council in August of this year. This is allowing canopies to be made of aluminum and synthetic material, and it speaks to the aesthetic requirements that those canopies are required to have.
Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to move the item.
Second.
You wanted to add anything else?
No, I don't want to add anything else. I think the staff did a great job on it.
Should we rename this the Rudy Laredo Act?
We can if you want to, but that's not part of my motion.
Got it. Council, any discussion on item 12A? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll. Wait a second, this is a public hearing. Are there any members from the public wishing to speak? Are there any members from the public wishing to speak? Our Sergeant of Arms, Juan Rodriguez, great to have you back. Great to see you. It's good to see you and that you're doing well. Is there anybody in the lobby waiting to speak on this item? No. And there's nobody online waiting to speak on this. Public hearing is closed. We're moving on. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 12A, ordinance in second reading. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The ordinance in second reading, 12A, passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to resolutions. Item 13A, Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving the award of a contract for health insurance provider services to United Healthcare, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the contract, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, authorizing the town manager to execute the contract, providing for incorporation of recitals, providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, we have had Cigna as our healthcare provider for our staff since October of 2013. We've had renewals. The renewals have been reasonable from year to year. So we've had some challenging years, but they've always been reasonable. This year's renewal came back at 35% higher than the current year's premium. So with that in mind, we asked our broker to go out to the market to see what is available out in the market. We had some criteria that we asked her to focus on when she does her evaluation. We did not want to have a local network of doctors. We wanted to have a national network of doctors for multiple reasons, one of which is if you're traveling, any member in the plan who's traveling outside of the local area would have access to a network provider in other areas of the country. Also, we believe that a national network attracts the brightest and the best of doctors, so we figured that most of the doctors that are on Cigna's network would be on the new network, so a national network was important. The second major criteria that we asked her to assess was to make sure that the schedule of benefits was comparable to what Cigna was providing. We didn't want to have a less beneficial schedule of benefits. And obviously that we save money. So with that in mind, she went out and there were 3 entities, Humana, Aetna, and United Healthcare, that did provide a national network and did have a proposal with a schedule of benefits that was comparable to Cigna's. And the one that had the best price within that trifecta was United Healthcare. United Health provided the national network, a comparable schedule of benefits, and is actually providing this health care at a 16% savings from what our current year's premiums are. So not only are we not going to see a premium increase, we're actually going to see a 16% premium decrease. Now, hopefully it's not a bait and switch for year 2 and 3 and so forth, but we'll fight that battle when we get there. Right now, we're going to take advantage of this savings, and move forward. And our recommendation is for you to approve the proposal from United Health.
I'll move it.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. The only comments I have is the best position, and Cynthia's doing a great job, and especially with the hand that she's being dealt, right? The only comments I have is some way, somehow, we can join a larger pool. I think that's the biggest challenge. When we were with Miami-Dade County, we were in a lot better position for our employees, and specifically for our town. Being in such a small pool, we're high risk, right? There's not enough to go around, and I know that's something that you're going to tackle and Cynthia's going to tackle. But I think, unfortunately, we're going to be in this position every year unless we're able to find a larger pool that we can jump into. But I do want to thank our HR manager, because the easy thing would have been, yeah, we'll stay with them, but going out there, looking, making sure that we're getting the best available product for our employees is amazing. So I really appreciate that.
Yeah,
Yes, Mr.
if I may, and I'm glad you did it, because I'd be remiss not to mention the work that Cynthia has done with this whole pursuit of a good health care plan at a good price. Her and working together with our broker, they did a yeoman's job of finding the right product to put before you. As to the joining a pool, it's kind of like a balance, right? Because people have talked about the League of Cities pool. The problem with being a very tiny fish in a huge pond is that sometimes you have lack of control. And I think that's what happens with the League of Cities. The benefit schedule is what it is, and the network is what it is, and this is the premium, take it or leave it. You really have no say over that. So one of the things that I've already started to initiate with the Dade County City Managers Association was trying to see about developing a consortium with maybe 2, 3, 4, maybe half a dozen small cities that we can pool our resources together and then develop from a 40-person group, maybe a 200, 300-person group, and now while we retain some control and some say over what kind of benefit schedule we have and what kind of network, then we are still pooling to have the buying power of a 300 or 400-person pool as opposed to a 40-person pool. So we are pursuing that, but in the meantime, this is the best proposal that we have before you. We are pursuing that, Mayor.
No, absolutely. So great job, Cynthia. I know 16, Mr. Manager, correct me if I'm wrong, but 16% a decrease, correct?
Correct. 16% decrease from from last year's rates, from the rates that we're paying now, which is the policy expires now the end of November. So by the way, if this item passes, which hopefully it will, tomorrow is open enrollment happens. So it's got to be quick. We're going to get cards, ID cards and everything to everybody. We have to get it all to everybody, including the members of this board that are participate in the program by the end of November. So we're hustling to make it happen.
Dollar amount, 16% signifies? Sorry to put you on the spot.
No, that's all right. We thought it was happening. It's a $179,000 cost savings.
Got it. $179,000 we're saving from what was originally projected in our budget. Okay.
Correct.
No, thank you. Good job, Cynthia. All right.
Don't spend it all in one place, please.
Oh, we're already looking for street signs. We're already looking for street signs to change.
Repeat after me. Contingency line. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you, staff. Any other questions of staff? I know there's a motion and a second. Seeing none, being that this is a resolution, Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
Resolution 13-8 passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to 13B. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, approving and establishing the Town of Miami Lakes Small Business Grant Program for eligible businesses in the Town of Miami Lakes in response to economic injuries caused as a result of the coronavirus COVID-19, authorizing the town manager to take all necessary steps to implement the terms and conditions of the grant program, authorizing the town manager to expend budgeted funds, providing for incorporation of recitals, and providing for an effective date.
Thank you, Mr. Attorney. Mr. Manager.
Yeah, this was the companion item to the ordinance, the emergency ordinance that you saw a moment ago. This is actually the authorization to award the grants and issue the money.
Is there a motion?
I'll move it.
There's a motion.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Council, any discussion?
Yes.
We have the Vice Mayor, then Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through the chair to the manager, during our discussions on the briefing, we discussed there's going to be only 50. We know that the demand's going to exceed the supply. Can you walk me through the merit? Is it first come, first serve, or is it merit based?
First come, first serve.
Can you walk me through the application process?
Yeah, Ismail's point is accurate. Where it's not limited to 50. What the maximum award is 10,000. So in other words, if somebody's claim is 5,000 or 6,000, then that allows more people to participate. So I guess the worst case scenario would be if everybody has enough justification for $10,000 grants, then it will only be 50, but it could very well be more than 50 entities.
Got it. So anywhere from 52 plus. The concern, and I'm just going to cut to the chase. I know from a time perspective, we're very limited on time, and that's the number one thing. We're up against the clock. But the fact that it's not merit-based, I'd hate to see that money go to people who, there's maybe people who can use it more. So I'd like to see a merit-based component added to the evaluation process if possible. I'm not asking you to work a miracle. I see you grimacing, and I know that it's tough. But at the same time, I'd hate to be on the hook for giving people that maybe don't need it as much, and maybe there's others that do need it more, because 50 I know we're going to blow through pretty quickly.
Yeah, I don't, if we opened up a window, let's say of whatever, 3-4 weeks, and then had some type of an evaluation process and trying to, a scoring process and judge and score everybody and then rank order and then start awarding, and that, we would blow way past the December 30th timeline. That's the unfortunate part of this, and that's why we did the first come, first serve, because as we've already spoken about, a lot of things with this whole rollout. And we've been put up against a wall. And I'll tell you, there's a core group of people here in the town. I'm not one of them. It's people sitting behind me that really did the lion's share of the heavy lifting in putting this program together. I know that one of your colleagues came up with some ideas to tweak it to better, to expand the eligibility and so forth, and that'll come up in a minute. But they did a phenomenal job of rolling it out based on taking into account the time constraint that we're working under. So.
Well, can you walk me through what the application process and the evaluation process will be then? Obviously, first come, first serve. Whoever fills in the blanks quickest gets the money.
Yeah, it's in the, yeah, let me have, Tony, if you could come up, please, and walk through the eligibility, some of the items in the eligibility, and exactly how the applications will be received.
Mr. Manager, if I may, while Tony looks for that, Did you consider at any point using sales tax returns to gauge whether a business had suffered financial distress during COVID? That would be a very simple, I mean, it's what most landlords are doing.
Yeah, I mean, what we did was just a revenue, you know, because not everybody, you know, they may have a difficult time providing that. We just kind of, Antonio will speak to more detail to it, but revenue loss. And they had to, we kind of left it a little open-ended as to how they would prove that to us. We put the onus on them to prove to us how they had revenue losses. But Tony will speak to the detail. He was instrumental in putting this together.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Vice Mayor, Council. So what we've tried to do here is model this small business grant program amongst what other cities have done. And just like one of the councilmen mentioned, the city of Coral Gables just recently rolled out their small business program in a very similar vein. So first and foremost, we're trying to address 3 items as part of this program. The first one has to do with the loss of revenue. And here we're looking at assisting businesses that display a certain period of time from March 1st, 2020 through December 30th, 2020, showing that they've had a specific loss of revenue during that time. Secondly, we're also showing one of the criteria being rental assistance. So if a business suffered some losses in terms of having some difficulty making their rental payments, this grant would also assist them with that. Third, we're also looking at those businesses that need mortgage assistance. So those who also weren't able to make certain payments on their mortgages, we're also seeking to provide them assistance with that. So what makes them eligible? First, they need to be able to prove that they either meet one of those 3 criteria. They must be located in the town. They has to have a current Miami Lakes business tax receipt. They must have been in business, and this is what we're conceptually proposing. It's in your exhibit here, A. They must have been in business as of March 1st, 2019. They must be open and operational during that time, and we're proposing that it should be a small business consisting of 10 or less employees. Also, we are making it a point that there is no duplication of benefits. So if a respective business already received rental assistance, for example, for a period of time, they cannot reapply for that same period of time for that same purpose under this program. So with that, that's kind of a general gist or summary of the eligibility criteria under this program and what type of businesses in the town we're seeking, and if you need additional detail, I'll be happy to answer those questions.
How would a business show loss of revenue?
So what we've identified here is they'll be providing monthly bank statements to the respective administrator, which will be appointed through this program. To be able to qualify, the aggregate revenue shown in the bank statements must be 25% less than that same period from last year. So it's a 2019 to a 2020 comparison.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, jump in, whoever has questions.
So during my briefing with the town manager and deputy town manager, I identified some issues that I'd like to discuss with you guys about making some tweaks. Again, I think they did a fantastic job, and really the only issue that I have with this is that we were given money on November 2nd and only given until December, the end of December, to come up with a program and implement it, which is completely unfair to us and to our residents and to our staff. So, I wish the county would have done a little bit better job of getting that to us quicker, but it is what it is, so we have to adjust. These are the items, and I have about 3 or 4 of them, maybe 5, that I'd like to take them up one at a time. The first one is more of a comment, which we discussed. It's to clarify for the record that you don't have to meet all 3 items, right? It's you either prove loss of revenue, rental assistance, a need for rental assistance, or a need for mortgage assistance. You do not need to show both loss of revenue and or mortgage assistance or rental assistance. So that was just a point of clarification, and it's clear here in the criteria that it's an or, not an and. So the first amendment I'd like to make to the eligibility criteria is with respect to loss of revenue. I'm under the impression that I think we should lower it a little bit to 15% to maybe widen the pool of businesses, of a business who makes average on a year $300,000. 15% is a $45,000 loss. The maximum that these businesses can get under this program is $10,000. So we're really only making a small contribution to businesses who lose up to 15%. 15% in loss of revenue is a significant hit. So I think I'd like to make an amendment to lower the loss of revenue requirement from 25 to 15.
I'll second that. Discussion on the amendment. Discussion on the amendment. Just jump in if you have discussion on the amendment. Vice Mayor.
Just brings up further a point on the merit base, right? A business that's losing 25% should be a little bit, I think would need it more, right, than a business that's losing 15. So I would like to, if you're going to bring that criteria, I'd like for that to be a weighted factor. I know you can't, right? That's clear. The time is against our, against our position. But I mean, can that variable be a weighted factor?
I think that's something that's quantifiable, that we should be able to measure and say, okay, if a business who came in with a loss of revenue of 30% should maybe jump to the front of the line. I agree with you. I think there is some merit there.
For that to be taken into account and for businesses to be ranked in that way, we would have to have an open period that we couldn't award anything in the meantime. We would have to be able to say, okay, it's going to be open for X number of weeks, and then evaluate them after that and rank order them. Otherwise, our proposal was anybody who meets the criteria, we just start awarding as they're submitted to be able to accomplish this within the time constraint that's been imposed on us.
Well,
that's
I think
the difficult part.
I understand, and I know, again, we're in an impossible situation, but I think what Councilman Collazo is saying is doable. I think we can get to a situation where we receive applications. There's going to be an application deadline, I'm assuming, because we need time to review these things. So once we've hit that application deadline, we review the applications, sort them if we want to use loss of revenue as a barometer. We can sort them by loss of revenue, and we'll have a payout date. Again, we have until December 30th. December 30th. So we're accepting applications through December 2nd.
Yes.
And we have until the 30th to pay it out.
Yes.
So why don't we,
And another difficulty in doing that is how do you compare or rank somebody who's submitting under loss of revenue versus somebody who is submitting under rental assistance? How do you reconcile those two, and how do you rank them? What order do you provide, those? Or that's the, so that's why our proposal was, if somebody met the criteria, boom, we're going to issue the grant.
Can you explain to me what the difference is between loss of revenue and rental assistance? I would assume that you need rental assistance because you've lost revenue, or you need mortgage payment assistance because you've lost revenue. So I'm confused as to the three criteria. I thought that we were going to tackle them one at a time, and that's why I didn't interject earlier.
Yeah. The problem is that some businesses, they may have found some other way to some people would have had loss of revenue but still paid their mortgage. This was originally, we were trying to focus on that, on mortgage or rent, but then we thought about the business that prioritized their mortgage or their rental payment and paid that first, but yet had a significant loss of revenue. And so that's why.
So can we just stick to loss of revenue as a criteria? I mean, there might be a business owner that took money out of a credit line from their house to pay their rent, or that took money out of their savings account to pay their rent, and they don't need rental assistance, but they still have loss of revenue. I mean, I don't understand why we're not just focusing on loss of revenue. No. This all stems from loss of revenue. Yeah. So if we just focus on that one factor, then it would streamline the process so that we can see and award these in order of importance, right? Those that lost the most revenue. I think it would make it so much easier if we didn't consider the other factors.
Yeah, I mean, that's why we had the separate categories, but, I mean, it's amendable. I mean, we could just eliminate the rental or mortgage assistance.
I think that the predecessor to everything is going to be loss of revenue. So it might even just be easier for you to tackle it that way.
And going to that, it's going to also streamline the application process, because in that way, we won't have to review mortgages, we won't have to review leases, we won't have to contact landlords, talk about delinquent payments. It'll be a lot easier. We can stick to the paper, which is tax returns, profit and loss statements, and make sure that we keep it simple.
Yeah. One of the things is that I go back to the fact that these are projects that were pre-approved by the county, and we know that conceptually these were approved already. If we modify, there are certain things, like some of the things that we're talking about, moving it from 25 to 15%, it's still, you know, loss of revenue. That probably won't require us to resubmit to the county. Modifying where we're eliminating rental assistance or mortgage assistance, that may require us to resubmit to the county, and then, you know, maybe it gets approved, maybe it doesn't. It's a risk.
I understand that. But I think maybe we do it in a way where we encourage the applicants to submit under the loss of revenue category as opposed to the rental mortgage assistance category, right? Because there's two different, you're gonna be able to check the box for loss of revenue or mortgage and lease assistance. So if we have that way, I understand the concern of having to go back to the county and ask for permission or change.
I mean, one of the ways we can encourage that is loss of revenue up to 10,000 and rent or mortgage assistance only, you know, cap those at 5,000. Ismael, come here. Do you think that would require resubmittal if we incentivized loss of revenue application? Yeah, doesn't change the structure of the program. So to your point, maybe we can incentivize people applying under loss of revenue by having that cap remain at 10,000 and then cap the rental or mortgage assistance at 5,000, and that also obviously would invite more applicants. But what we don't want to get to is the point where we don't get enough applicants. So.
Well, that was sort of my point of you'll see a couple of other changes that I have. I was trying to widen the pool of businesses that can be eligible for this. So I'd say we vote on the first change of the percentages, and then we'll go back to the change regarding the loss of revenue and merit-based and the capping. So we'll do it one at a time.
We're back on to the amendment. Any further discussion just on the amendment? Any further discussion just on the amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended, and I think there were some other amendments that were going to be presented.
Yeah. So the next amendment that I'd like to bring up is the amendment regarding the merit-based process for loss of revenue. I would make a motion that we amend the program to award the grants to the applicants with the highest percentage of loss of revenue as demonstrated through their applications.
I'll second the amendment.
Discussion on just the proposed amendment, council. Discussion, seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended twice. Are there any further amendments on the table?
Yes, Mayor. I'd like to make a motion to amend the rental assistance and mortgage assistance cap to 5,000 instead of 10,000, thereby incentivizing applicants to apply under the loss of revenue category where we can quantify it.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion on this amendment, council? Any discussion on this amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended 3 times.
Okay, the next one is for eligibility criteria number 4, the requirement that a business must be in business by March of 2019. I want to make a slight change to that requirement only apply to applicants filing for loss of revenue. The reason for the loss of revenue, the requirement for 2019 is because you need a set year, right? So you need to have shown last year's revenues to then show what you've lost. So that I understand if you're applying under loss of revenue. But if someone wants to apply under rental assistance or mortgage assistance at the $5,000 cap, it may be a new business that started in August or September of 19, and they just got, right when they started their business, they got hit with the pandemic. So I'd like to, that criteria number 4, have it be applicable only to applicants for the loss of revenue category.
I'll second it.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion on this amendment, council. Discussion on this amendment, council. Seeing none.
Mayor.
Yes, Councilman Alvarez.
Do these amendments, these qualify as modifications where you have to go back and get this approved? Because it's my only concern. I'm in support if you don't have to go back to the county and resubmit this and then run the risk of not getting this and giving the applicant even less time to apply. So with all the amendments, question to Tony is, will all these amendments require a resubmittal?
As long as we're not, Councilman, as long as we're not changing the structure of the program or the intent of the program, we do not foresee any challenges getting it reapproved. So a lot of these are not substantive changes to the program itself, so we don't foresee any major challenges. The only one would have been striking or removing, let's say, rental or mortgage assistance, which have already been pre-approved. If we were to proceed removing that, we would need to go back to the county at that point and at least advise them so we can get a secondary approval and okay to move forward.
And one more question. And do these amendments alter your timeline to disseminate the information to the applicants?
Alter our timeline to roll out the program. At this time, I do not believe so.
Maybe a day or two, because I think we had everything ready to go to blast out tomorrow. So some of this is going to have to take some administrative changing of forms and changing of advertisements and things with some of the criteria stuff. But maybe we'll still be able to blast it out tomorrow. But if not, it'll be Thursday. So a day. So it's not going to be significant. If there is a delay in blasting it out, it won't be significant.
Okay, thank you.
All right, on this amendment, any further discussion, council? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back on to the main motion as amended 4 times, right? Is that 4 times, right?
Yeah, only 2 more, Mayor.
Listen,
So I'd like,
next time, just work with staff, man. Just work this out for them. I think would have been
I fully support the approach that he's taking.
No, no,
I've
I
used
know.
it before.
I like to have the public see what's going on.
No.
Hey, we ran 95 yards. He wants to score the touchdown.
Wow.
Yeah.
Look at this guy. All right, I'll remember that.
Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah, oh, thank you. I appreciate that. All right, so moving on to item eligibility criteria number 6. I'd like to increase it from 10 or less employees to 20 or less employees.
Got it. Is there, I'll second that. That's fine. Discussion on this? No? Jump in. Any discussion? No? Seeing none?
For example, small restaurants will have 12 to 14 employees. You know, small businesses will have between clerical staff, law firms, will have, 12, 13, 14 employees between everybody. So if you're limiting it to 10, again, I'm just trying to widen the scope of the businesses that we can get this assistance to.
The number of employees is pre or post pandemic?
It should be pre. I don't know, it doesn't say right now, but it says including business owner. It's a good question.
Just clarify that because some businesses look dramatically differently now than they did.
All right, so let's establish it. We'll establish it at 20 or less employees.
At the time of application?
20 or less employees at the time of application? Okay.
So
Did we
Councilman
get it?
Rodriguez withdraws his motion, and he's restating it as 20 or less.
20 or less employees at the time of application.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion, council, on this? Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, and
Opposed?
last one, I promise.
Motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended. Five
Last
times.
one, eligibility criteria number 7, I would like to remove completely where it says, be in good standing with town building, code, compliance, and finance departments. There's a very likely scenario that some of these people have not been able to meet compliance with building code or finance departments because of the financial hardship that they've met. So I'd like to just remove that as a category. We'll deal with those things completely separately and
What if they
not
weren't in
through
good
the,
standing prior to the pandemic?
if they was not in good standing prior to the pandemic?
What if there's like a, 3 or 4 year old problem that,
I can entertain that as an amendment to my item, yeah.
okay.
Just restate the
Okay,
motion.
I will restate it to only have that requirement of being in good standing with building code compliance prior to March 13th, March 1st? March 1st of 2020.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion, council. Anyone want to speak on this one? No? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended 6 times.
That's it, Mayor, I'm done.
All right. So I'll just chime in with a couple words on this. I think it's a good program. I think, though, great job, Councilman Rodriguez, jumping in and making it even better. But I will say the only issue that I do have is the $52,000 for administration. I think we have a great team. I think between Ismail and Melissa and the whole team up there, I think they're more than capable of handling these grants. I just don't. I think every single dollar should go to small businesses. That is my opinion. I don't know how the council feels about that, but I think 100% of these funds should go to small business. We have a superstar team that every year we get incredible audits back. Every year we get awards every year. So I have full faith in our finance team to do this, unless there's some major underlying reason. But I just don't see it why we're hiring somebody temporarily, especially at that rate, to do it.
The 52,000 is an estimate, right? Because the finance, working under the supervision of Ismail and his team there in finance, this person may end up costing us $20,000 or $15,000 or some lower amount. So any amount that's not used for the one temporary employee to help us evaluate these and organize the program will be used for added grants. So it's not a number that's etched in stone.
So I understand, but I still haven't heard a compelling reason as to why even spend $1 on outsourcing it, to be very honest with you.
This is something that could tie them up for a few weeks, and they have actual real jobs that they have to accomplish still. They're in finance, so that's why we're gonna hire an accountant / finance person to help them in that evaluation under the supervision of the chief financial officer.
God, I don't know how the rest of the council feels. I think it should be 100%. These are dollars that came from the federal government specifically to go down. I mean, we criticize the county and we criticize the states for doing the same exact thing, and that's something I personally believe should be 100%, and I have full.
I agree with you. I think that's a good point. I mean, I did some quick math. There's about 21 days between the 2nd and the 31st. 21 days, not including weekends, right? So 21 business days, maybe a little less because of Christmas. If this person that we're hiring worked 8 hours a day for those 21 days, they'd be making at $52,309 an hour. Which I agree with you. I think I understand the estimate, And it'll probably be a lot less than that, but every dollar that we can save. So if you make the motion, I would be in support of it.
I'll make a motion to have 100% of the grant dollars go to the small businesses. The only reason I feel, if I have full faith in our finance department, if I didn't, then I'd say leave it the way it is, but I have full faith in them to accomplish that. So I'll make that motion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Yes,
Mayor,
Mr.
just under different times of the year, it may not be as impactful on our finance staff. The problem is that we have the year-end audit that they are working currently. They have FEMA reimbursements that, because all of the claims that we have submitted for CARES Act, a lot of them, the CARES Act has only reimbursed us 12.5%, which is the local match. We're also going through the process of submitting FEMA claims. So finance, in addition to the stuff they do every single day, they're also going through, as a team, going through the preparation of the audit. They're also going through these CARES Act, the operational CARES Act reimbursements, the FEMA claims. So I just would ask that you allow us that latitude on the administrative side. I can commit to you that we're going to try and minimize it, but don't put that stranglehold on us to just say no, zero, no added expense to hire any temporary help to help us get through this very short time period. I just ask for that latitude and trust in our administrative decision-making, that we're not gonna abuse, we're not gonna overspend, we're not gonna hire somebody just to hire somebody. We're actually gonna use it for the purpose of making sure that we accomplish what we want and get these grants out to the small businesses.
I understand where you're coming from, but I just
You have a question?
don't agree. I know.
Do we
I see
do we
Councilwoman Romano
know
wants to jump in.
do we know who we're looking to hire? What is their hourly rate? $45 an hour. At $50 an hour for 8 hours a day for 21 days, that's $8,400. Right. Yes, of course, please. No, on the mic.
Ismo, if you come to the mic.
We're also going to be billing for our time for the CARES Act. I mean, that's something that is reimbursable. We want to recover that money, if it's there. So that's why we allotted like the $52,000, but we knew that we were going to have money there, so if there was any overflow, to give people more grants, that we can exhaust all the money on grants, and then we're going to, our expense for this person is going to be anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000, probably the most. One of the things that we want to do, and I want you to understand, is we want to give the best customer service and the best care for these grants. We want to make sure that everything is looked at. We want to make sure that everything is accounted for. And we don't have the time. We have all these FEMA stuff, all this CARES Act stuff. We have this audit on top of us, plus all the stuff that we have to do. We can't be all day looking at grants and stuff like that. So that's why we want to hire this person. This person, I already identified someone that has a lot of experience with grants, okay? So that person is going to be looking, at these businesses and making sure that we make a good decision. We're going to make the decision at the end of the day and giving the grants, but we have a whole plan on doing this, and we want to provide the best customer service to our businesses. And there was something that I was going to address. Yeah, so it's good. So then everything, the overflows, we're going to give back to the grants. And then our time is a time that the CARES Act is telling us, keep track of your hours, because we're going to reimburse you for your time and for the other person's time and anything administratively that we do.
So does that include this
No,
independent contractor's time?
I think an administration to take care of this program will probably be anywhere like $15,000 to $17,000.
No, but I mean,
including our time.
I'm sorry, the CARES Act reimbursement,
Uh-huh.
where you said we were going to apply for the reimbursement of the time from the CARES Act dollars. Does that include the $5,000 to $10,000 for this independent contractor?
Yes.
Okay, so
Yes.
there could be a
So
situation.
out of the $52,000 that is left, right?
Yeah.
We're going to probably use like maybe $15,000 to $17,000 in administrative if we
All
get
right.
there.
So I
If
think
we
you're,
get
I think you're making my decision a lot easier, because the way I see it, if we're going to be able to apply anyway for that CARES Act reimbursement, then we should use every single dollar from this money to give to the grant, and then apply. If we don't get it, then we need to eat the $5,000 to $10,000. But if we get the reimbursement, then we've given all the money to the residents and to the businesses, and we've gotten the reimbursement from the CARES Act.
Council, I think that you misconstrued what he said.
Right.
I think what he was intending to, what he said was that we could apply for the in the $552,000, a portion of that we could apply not only for the independent contractor that we hire, but we could also charge time, our staff time towards that grant. But what I can commit to you is we won't charge, unless we have extra money that we don't have enough grants to award, we won't charge our time to that grant, to the CARES Act from the 552. We'll only charge the amount that we spend on the independent contractor, and Ismael's already said it's $5,000 to $8,000, somewhere in there, 10th. We won't charge our time unless we just don't have any more grants to award.
Yeah, and keep in mind that after all this is awarded and we cut all these checks, we have to upload all this information into their website. So there's a lot of administrative work that needs to be done. So that's why I'm saying that this will probably cost someone like anywhere from $5,000 to $10,000. But then we will make sure that all this thing gets done from A to Z in a proper way, and that you know, we do everything 5 stars like we always do it here.
So when you said that we get reimbursed from CARES Act money, you're talking about the 550, or you're talking about that big pot of
No, it's
of
an
70?
eligible expense to this 552, but that doesn't mean that we have to claim it. So our time, what Ismael is saying, our time, our regular staff
Yes.
time that's invested in, managing this program is an eligible expense, but we don't have to claim it.
Yeah, I would like not to claim that, yeah.
But I think that since it's an eligible expense, if we get to the point where we award $450,000 and we don't have any more grants because we've exhausted all of it, then I think it makes sense for us to charge our time to the grant so we maximize what we get. But if we have more grants to award, we will not charge our staff's time, only the independent contractor that we have to hire to help in this
We
process.
won't stop helping a business because charging our time. I mean, that to us is a priority, is helping everyone.
I mean, I get it, but I still think if the number is really 10,000, I'd rather pay from the town's money, 10,000, and award the 550 that we've been given. But I mean, it is what it is. It's a zero-sum game, is what you like to call it. There you go.
We can get it from fund balance, but
Yeah, I get it.
it's not going to be a large amount. We're going to maximize. That's our intent, right? That's our intent, and I understand what the point that you're trying to make. We want to get as much money out to awardees and submit as much as we can and get it out there. But we do need, what happens, and I think we saw it was in the past with some of the hurricanes that we've had. When everything is not all the I's dotted and T's crossed, the job that our finance team did with Hurricane Irma, that everything, there was no disallowances, all of that takes an incredible amount of time. But with Hurricane Irma, these guys, in addition to our staff, had 24 plus months to be able to make sure that all the I's were dotted and T's were crossed. In this time crunch and this time constraint that is really imposed upon us, I want to make sure that we do everything above board, because if we don't, they're going to come back and ask us for money back, and I don't want to put ourselves in that position.
I get it.
So,
I'm sorry. How would you feel about allocating $12,000 of the 52 for the person that we're going to hire? Would that be sufficient?
Yeah, I believe that'll be enough to, as long as you give me the latitude that if we get to the point where we have awarded all the money,
Absolutely.
and if we don't have any more grants to award, and we still have capacity there to claim staff time,
Absolutely.
I would appreciate
we-
having
and-
that,
and we may
because it
find
doesn't make
ourselves-
sense to to let the money go to waste,
We
right?
may find ourselves in that position because of the time constraint, not
Right.
because there aren't enough applicants, but because they don't get the information to us in time.
Right. I think that would be very reasonable to go 12,000 for the independent, up to 12,000 for the independent contractor, and only claim staff time if there are no more grants to award, if that makes sense.
That works for me.
Would we need to amend section 4 of the resolution to authorize the expenditure of up to $540,000 instead of the 500 that's in there now?
I'll withdraw my motion and allow Councilman Fernandez or Councilman Morano to go ahead and state a motion to that extent. Yeah, go ahead, either or, whichever.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we're going to move to change the language from $500,000 in awarded grants to $540 and $12,000 for administrative costs, with the leeway that if at some point we maximize the amount of applicants that we see come through the building, then we can claim staff time, which will be not only during these days, but afterwards, right, inputting the information, like you said.
Yeah, most of these programs have post-award audits and everything else.
Correct.
I'll second that. Any further discussion, council, on this? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're back onto the main motion as amended, I believe, 7 times. Any further discussion on this item, council? I think we've worked it pretty hard, so.
Just one thing, Mayor, I just want to, again, thank staff. Trust me, this did not go unnoticed, the fact that you guys put this together in such short time, so thank you so much.
Hey, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 13B. And again, for the record, I just want to state, my business is a small business, and I'm sure every other business owner on the dais will not be applying for this grant. So all of us on the dais won't be applying for this grant. Just want to put that on the record. Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Item 13B. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Diegues.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. At this point, we have another resolution. We have item 13C. Mr. Attorney.
A resolution of the Town Council of the Town of Miami Lakes, Florida, modifying the budget approved by ordinance number 19-251 and amended by ordinance number 20-258 and 20-267, modifying budgeted line items, authorizing the town manager to take all action necessary to implement the terms and conditions of this resolution, providing for incorporation of recitals and providing for an effective date.
Mr. Manager.
Mr. who? Manager?
Manager. What did I say?
This is an annual, I'm getting old. I didn't have my hearing aid turned up completely. This is a annual event that has to happen by state statute, by Florida Statute 166, by November 30th of each year. And what this is just the line-by-line closeout of last year's fiscal budget. And by the way, nothing in this item is final in the sense of, because in the memo, it talks about projected carry forward. This number's not final because we are still receiving and paying out invoices through the end of December. Anything that comes in after December gets charged to this fiscal year, to the current fiscal year, 2021. So we are still receiving things that were spent in last fiscal year. We're still getting invoices and paying them out, and that's why that number isn't finalized. So that'll happen when you see the budget amendment that will be before you in February. Then we'll have a final number based on the closeout.
Any motions on the table?
I'll move it.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion on item 13C, council.
Just to point out one thing, Mayor,
Yes.
that the 117,000, I was doing some math, it's 0.6% off, 0.6% of the total budget, and that's how close our finance staff got to nailing the budget for last year, so great job, guys.
Before we move the item, I also wanted to thank the manager and all the staff, and really all my colleagues up here as well. This was the year that Doom was being forecasted, right? I think $750,000. We were going to be short. We made some changes. We did some belt tightening, and what you're getting now is surpluses, right? So I want to commend the staff, manager, his leadership team, and everybody there. And everybody up here, right, who made some tough decisions during a tough year. So thank you, appreciate it. And I was telling you guys in the meetings, watch, this may happen.
Yeah,
this may happen.
But it's not really a surplus because we haven't paid back the money that we took from savings and from the parking. So it's not really, but
it hasn't.
It feels good.
It hasn't gone the other way, and I think to Jeff's point, Councilman Rodriguez's point. The margins are very small, right? 0.6%. That's an astonishing number, right? To actually bring a budget of our size that close, I think again, it's to commend the staff and the hard work. So thank you very much.
Yeah, Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Yeah, it also, these numbers reflect the closeout of the fiscal year that finished September 30th. That we had, what, 8, 9, 10 months of COVID months, 8 months of COVID. And the doomsday predictions for our budget, that our revenues from the state and everything else, our team, not only our finance team, but our operational team, really kept an eye on it, kept looking at revenue streams coming in from the state, coming in from all sources, and really kept our budget within the means of what we were getting, and the offsets. There were some actually revenue streams that were actually higher than originally budgeted, and you know, the sky didn't fall. So I think the monitoring and the due diligence that our team put together, they did a wonderful job and provided me the right advice, and the recommendations that I made to you were based on the recommendations of the team of professionals behind me.
Look, and I think for transparency purposes, it's really important to get that number as close as possible. I think there's a couple cities here in Dade County. There was one that had a $30 million hole, and then at the last second, they found $28 million, you know?
Miramar.
Yeah, so I know there's one city, there was a couple others, and I don't even know the county was in that. So if you guys can find that amount of money hiding, it'd be great. So 117 is really close, so good job. Councilman Alvarez.
Mr. Manager, how close does that bring you to the item that Councilman Dieguez brought up, to having fund balance up to 20% with the projected amount? What percentage would you project that we'll be at?
And again, I think I mentioned it to each of you in your briefings. The 117 is not a real number yet. It is a projection. We're still paying out invoices. This is just a projection. It also, we have to take from there the projects that were started late in last fiscal year that carried over, and we pushed to finalize them in this fiscal year. That's part of the items that you'll see detailed for you in the February item. But if a number like 117 or something similar to that, it should put us in the neighborhood of about 19% fund balance.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, Madam Clerk, please call the roll on item 13C.
Councilmember Dieguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Fernandez.
Yes.
Councilmember Alvarez.
Yes.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Yes.
Councilmember Ruano.
Yes.
Vice Mayor Collazo.
Yes.
Mayor Sid.
Yes.
The motion passes 13C.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. We're on to new business 14B, swale protection. Councilman Diegues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I think we're all aware of the common complaint that we hear sometimes that, well, even though, I'm responsible for maintaining the swale around my house, it really belongs to the town. Why don't you guys, go ahead and take care of it? And that's a common refrain that we hear from our residents. And increasingly lately, we're seeing a lot of reflectors going up in people's swales to keep cars out. And it turns out that part of the reason is because the owners don't have enough tools in their toolbox to keep unauthorized vehicles from parking there and messing up their grass. It was brought to my attention that the city of Miami Springs has an interesting ordinance that would give these homeowners the ability to have two ways of dealing with these unauthorized vehicles. They can report it to code, who would then, be willing to or be able to take some enforcement action, or they can also contact the police department. And the reason being is obviously it has to do with where the vehicle is parked. In some cases, it may call for the police to get involved. In other cases, it may call for code enforcement to be involved. But the gist of the item, in short, is to direct staff to develop an ordinance or to change our code to provide for an added layer of protection for our homeowners so that they can go ahead and protect their swales. Because even though, legally speaking, it's in the name of the town that we have these rights to it and whatnot, they are responsible for maintaining it. And we want to help them to go ahead and maintain that without having to put reflectors that are often unsightly. So to protect the aesthetics of the town as well as to protect our homeowners, I wanted to propose this item and direct the staff to go ahead and develop something in line with Section 96-07 of the City of Miami Springs Code. That is the motion.
I'll second.
Discussion? Anybody?
I had a question.
Councilwoman Ruano, then Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Councilmember Diegues, for bringing this item up. I think it's a great addition. Many times residents contact us because they get notices from the town. Code comes by and tells them that their grass is dead and they have to maintain the swale, but there's nothing that they can do to protect the swale. So if they have a neighbor that parks on their swale, they can't do anything about it because parking on the swale is not prohibited, but that damages the property that belongs to us, but they have to maintain. So it's like a runaround. I know that I've sent emails to the manager sometimes of residents that reach out to me, and there's really nothing that we can do about it, right? Because there isn't an ordinance that prohibits parking on the swale. I think that this would really help in that respect. Parking, I think, is the biggest situation that we have. I know that there are some areas where you can park on the street. In my particular community, we promote parking on the street versus parking on the swale, because yes, parking on the street, if you have a party, is kind of a nuisance, but it doesn't damage property. So I'm totally in favor of it. Thank you so much for bringing it up.
Thank you, Councilman Ruano. Councilman Rodriguez.
Yeah, the only question I brought up when I was discussing this is, are we going to place restrictions on people who want to park on their own swale? So if you do have the need, or you park your car on your own swale and you don't mind parking on your own swale, are we going to penalize residents for doing that? Is that part of the program?
Absolutely not. In
Okay.
fact, if you look at the particular part of the Miami Springs Code,
I have not looked at Miami Springs Code.
It's very clear that it's only for vehicles that are not authorized by the homeowner who the swale pertains to.
Got it.
So, yeah.
Okay, good.
Got it. No, I'm fine with it as long. I had the same concern that Councilman Rodriguez had specifically for West Lakes, where sometimes homes, four bedroom homes were built and they only have enough space in their driveways for 2 cars, right? So, and the other thing that's really important, and it happens in Royal Oaks, is that, and it has nothing to do with this, but maybe it gets addressed when staff works on it, is the requirement to put grass on the swale, even though where there's oak trees that have huge roots and stuff, and it's impossible to grow grass. There's one resident that calls me all the time that they get forced to put grass on their swale, and they're like, man, the roots can't grow for the grass on top of the roots of the oak tree, and then it constantly dies, and staff constantly send, so I want to see that get addressed, through this process too, so. But I'm fine. Any further discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to the next item, 14C, Amendment of Committee Rules. Councilman Fernandez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I brought this item before the council during my canvassing of the town. I had multiple residents approach me regarding non-resident members on committees, serving on committees and chairing committees. And so I brought this item forward. One of the things that I found during my research is that committee members up until, so from incorporation to 2015, were in fact categorized as I'm proposing to do. They were allowed to be on committees, encouraged to be on committees, but in an advisory capacity without, as non-voting members, which is what I'm proposing to do. So I've heard a lot of a buzz. This item has nothing to do with either any particular individuals or with wanting to remove anybody from a committee. You know, we're all part of a greater community. We certainly appreciate anybody that wants to volunteer their time to serve on one of our committees. But for my personal fiscal duty, I don't believe that that those that are not either town residents or business owners within the town, i.e. those that are not vested in our community by right of paying our taxes, I don't believe they should have the ability to vote on items that direct the use of town funds. So that is essentially my item. It would be reverting the committee rules to how they were before March 13th, 2015, and having those that do not meet criteria A or criteria C, having them being non-voting advisory members of the committee. And that is my motion.
I'll second it for discussion.
Council discussion. I'm sure everybody wants to speak on this, so I'll pass it around. And I don't know if anybody wants to break the ice, or I could start with Councilman Dieguez, who has a great tie. He's wearing a great tie today, so I'll start with Councilman Dieguez.
I should have known the tie was going to get me in trouble by bringing attention to me. But Councilman Fernandez, first I want to state that I know your heart and the kind of person you are. Obviously, we've known each other since our days on the Neighborhood Improvement Committee together. We've been supportive of one another from that time since. And so I know that this is something, too, that we've actually spoken about years ago as something that you were, questioning, like, why is this permitted, et cetera, et cetera. My concern, though, is while I understand that as I read this, that they would still be involved, I guess the question for me is, what is the distinction as far as, like, I understand the whole budget authority issue and whatnot, and, and I understand that they get a certain amount that they get to move within the budget, notwithstanding that the ultimate authority is with the council. But I guess my question is what is it that you think that we're solving here? Because again, the final budget authority is with the council, and ultimately the amount of discretion that the committees have is really de minimis.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's us having that extra layer of protection, knowing that we don't have to worry about that discretionary amount being moved by non-residents, and I think it even goes when I was drafting the item, I was going back and forth, like I know, for example, a consequence of state law in our youth activities task force, for example, the youth members that are on the committee, because they are not able to vote because they're under 18 years of age. The discretion that's used is they're not able to vote on matters pertaining to the budget, matters that require some kind of fiduciary discretion, right? And so I started down that path, and then, you know, I don't know if maybe we draw a different line similar to that, or you know, or if non-residents being on the committee, you know, just by steering requests to the council that, yes, ultimately come before the council, but we also kind of trust that they've been vetted and fleshed out by the committee.
Would your item stop anyone from being able to speak within the committees then?
No. No.
So it would not impair their ability to contribute in a positive way to any events that these committees may be putting forward, or to reach out to vendors perhaps even, et cetera?
Yeah, no, I don't see an issue with that.
Thank you. No further questions.
Councilman Alvarez?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Fernandez, you know, I appreciate you bringing this forth. You know, I value the work of all our committee members, and whether they reside in Miami Lakes or have a business in Miami Lakes, just their contribution to our community is something that I hold dearly, and I see a lot of value in that. And I think it also it's represented of, you know, members of different communities supporting one community. And, you know, that speaks a lot. You know, I'm a big supporter of, you know, not only working as one community, but working with multiple communities together for the common good of this community. And, you know, I see that happening whether you're a Miami Lakes resident or whether you're not. Unfortunately, I will not be supporting this item, but I do appreciate you bringing it forward.
Thank you, Councilman Alvarez. Councilwoman Ruano?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councilmember Fernandez, for putting items on the agenda, right? I know that as a freshman, it's rough, right? So I appreciate you bringing items during your first meeting. I've mulled this over many different ways. I know that we've had, we used to have different rules. The clerk was kind enough to provide us some historical background on why the rules were changed to begin with, and I think that it was because the council at that moment was trying to not have a second-class citizen on the committee, right? They were trying to afford everyone the same opportunity to vote, to hold office. Ultimately, I agree with Councilmember Dieguez that the buck stops here, right? So all budgetary decisions are done through this dais. I also asked the clerk to put together a list of all of the members that serve on our committees right now, just to put faces to the decision that I was making. And I was surprised that there were so many names on that list. Off the top of my head, I could only think of maybe 3 or 4 people that I knew that served on committees that didn't reside in Miami Lakes. But when provided with the list, there was a significant number of members on that list that contribute tremendously to some of our committees. I don't like the idea of taking away their voting rights. I know that previously, when I heard the discussion of what the previous council thought through, right, why they changed the rules, it was mostly because there were committee members that didn't reside in Miami Lakes, and I think that nobody was really applying the rule to begin with, right? Because they were so active, they had kind of just not turned a blind eye to it, per se. So I think that this would put the onus on all of us, right? To now keep track of who lives here and who doesn't live here. And it just, at least for me, it doesn't bode well. I know that there's tons of committee members, including Mr. Miguel Martinez right now, who came today, he has an amount of knowledge that no one else really has in our community. Sometimes we have committee seats that are vacant for a while that we have trouble filling. I don't want the volunteers, whether they live in Miami Lakes or not live in Miami Lakes, to get the impression that we value them more or less. And I'm sure that that's not the intention of the item, but I just don't want them to feel that way. So I think that because we ultimately make the final decision on all budgetary items, I'm okay with keeping the rules as they are right now. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Ruano. Councilman Collazo.
I think most of the points that I was going to raise, or that I had at least some concern with, have already been brought up. It's not an issue that I can support, in particular because I was committee chair during this time, and we had some trouble filling vacancies. And then we also saw the value of certain people coming in, especially in the healthcare sector, when we were looking at elderly affairs. It actually helped us bring in money to the committee. I've actually seen, I would actually say, we've probably brought residents into the community by allowing non-residents to participate. First case that jumps to mind, I think the mayor did a ribbon cutting for Mr. John Roger. I would say the work that he saw, the value that he saw that Special Needs Committee was bringing here to this community, it was one of the factors that he moved into the town. So I see there being value in having non-residents, especially in a volunteer role. At the end, the financial decision ultimately rests with us. So it's something that I'm not going to support at this time. But I appreciate you bringing it forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Collazo. Councilman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman Fernandez, I seconded this item for discussion because I think it's good to have the discussion, even if we're not all in agreement with it. But we flushed it out. I won't be supporting the item, but I think it was important for all of us to have that conversation. And I think Councilman Dieguez hit it on the head. It doesn't matter what happens at the committee levels. We appreciate their time. We appreciate their input. They are invaluable to the success of this town. But at the end of the day, every single dollar passes through here. And we have to make the final decision on where it's used and how we use it. So thank you again for bringing this item. We appreciate you having the courage to push the envelope. But like Councilman Dieguez said, at the end of the day, we're the ones that make the decision on financials. But I wanted to second it because I think it's important for everyone to have their opinions heard and understand as to why we support or don't support an item.
I appreciate it, and I appreciate the opportunity to hear the feedback of the Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, so I haven't had a chance to speak. Obviously, it doesn't look like you're going to have the support tonight for a change. But I almost feel like the real point is lost here, right? And I want people to check this out. A lot of people are playing checkers. I think you're playing, I don't know if you are, I think you're playing chess. So for the past 2 weeks, since you put this item on the agenda, and even tonight, and even in public comments, I've seen people, this is mind-boggling, but you've put people in a position who are anti having non-residents coming into our community, who didn't want residents getting tested at our COVID testing site, who don't want us to do parks improvements because non-residents use it, who some didn't even want us to pay for police because non-residents use it, who some don't even want non-residents to go to elderly affairs events, the list goes on and on and on and on and on. And these same people are now saying, hey, I'm okay with having non-residents making budgetary decisions or recommendations. You get what I mean? So I appreciate that because it showcases sometimes the intellectual, I don't even want to use a word, inconsistencies that exist in the political process. So for the longest time, I've been told, and I appreciate you bringing this up because it really showcases, puts all the cards on the table. I've been told by some people, hey, we shouldn't do X, Y, and Z because they're going to have too many I remember when we were doing the tutoring, people were asking, but I want to know how many non-residents are there. I want to know because if it's only non-residents, it's not. So the same folks that were against a lot of the things that we do for the entire community, that it benefits everybody, that were against that, are the same folks that came up, and the last 2 weeks that I heard from, that are now in favor of having people that don't live in this community participate, make budgetary decisions, expend town dollars and do all these things. Talk about intellectual inconsistencies, right? So I really appreciate you doing that. I don't know if that was some sort of political chess move, but checkmate, right? You showcased to me, this item's not going anywhere, but you showcased to me the intellectual inconsistencies that exist. Because I'm just repeating I had people telling me that we shouldn't do food distributions, that our police officers shouldn't be at food distributions because too many people from outside of our community were going, we're helping out everybody. Yet some of those same people were the ones coming here and sending and talking to us saying, hey, no, I want to have non-residents making budgetary decisions as chairs of committees, on the committees, and spending dollars. And they were saying we shouldn't help out anybody with food distributions during the worst times. Same thing with COVID testing. Some of these folks were saying that we shouldn't have people from outside of Miami Lakes getting tested because it's going to raise the numbers. Someone we were saying that's why the numbers went up in our town. Yet now these same folks are here today saying, hey, you know what? Non-residents should be making budgetary decisions, expending town dollars and doing all these things. Same thing happened with I remember when the same folks were complaining about our elderly affairs events. The same thing happened with go down we shouldn't do parks improvements because non-residents are going to use it and everybody should pay for it. This item ain't going anywhere. This item's not going anywhere. Everybody's going to stay where they're at. Committees are going to stay the same. But the intellectual inconsistencies got exposed. And that's what we need to have these discussions in government, in politics, and be intellectually honest. Across the board. We cannot continue to pick and choose what we believe is morally right and morally wrong and pretend that we have the moral clarity. What you did tonight, and I don't know if it was purposefully or not, but it showcased everybody's cards where on one point, it's good for one, but it's not good for this person. No, we want non-residents to expend our town dollars, but we don't want them getting tested. No, we don't want non-residents to do this, but we don't. No. At the end of the day, we're Miami Lakes. We're the strongest brand in Northwest Dade. The reality is a lot of people want to be here, want to participate, want to be part of our town. And what you did was, and if I've been a very consistent, I voted for that change in 2014. I've been a voice to say, hey, we are the leaders in Northwest Dade. The discussion was had today with Miguel. When we led in Northwest Dade, the PSN Civic Association, after they promised us to pay for part of that, they didn't do it. Miramar did the same thing, they didn't do it. At the end of the day, we're the leaders in Northwest Dade. But I appreciate you putting this item on there because more than anything, it showcased the intellectual inconsistencies that exist. And I'm sure that everybody there, watching from home, people are shaking their heads because the same folks that don't want our residents to come here for other reasons now are saying, hey, yes, we should have people that don't live here as chairs of committees or expending town dollars or doing this and that. So this item's not going anywhere. People are staying where they're at, but I think it really showcased the intellectual inconsistencies overall. We have to be, as policymakers, as volunteers, as people in our community, consistent in what we do. And I think, again, I don't know if it was a chess move, but I appreciate you bringing it up because it showcased to me that inconsistencies that exist, and I appreciate that. So I don't know if you want to close.
Thank you, Mayor. Ready for vote.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Wait. All those in favor of Councilman Fernandez's item? And those opposed?
It might be easier just to call the roll.
Yeah, or those, I mean, it's just obvious by the discussion. All those opposed?
Aye.
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 Oh, aye to the no.
All those in favor?
Yay.
Yeah, the item doesn't pass. But thank you, Councilman Fernandez, for bringing it up.
Thank you, Mayor.
We're moving on to the next item, which is item 14D.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And if everyone up here is done playing chess, I'm going back to playing checkers. Thank you very much. My item is regarding public gatherings on streets and rights of way. We recently had our elections held at the Mary Collins Community Center, where we always have them. And for the first time, I think, in forever, right, we had residents and non-residents alike decide that it was okay to have public gatherings, public parties, install tents and DJs and sound systems on the rights of way, on the streets. I've discussed it with the manager. The manager sent some of our officers out there to kind of make the situation a little more safe for all of those that were trying to come and vote, and they were trying to navigate the very narrow road that has cars parked on both sides. There was people dancing in the streets, et cetera, et cetera. And I was surprised to see that there was really nothing that we had on the books that prevented people from having these types of gatherings on public roads, or in what I'm calling here public rights of way. I've spoken to the manager about it. I understand that there's going to be a committee put together to review the actual voting site to see if that's the proper place to continue to host our early voting. I know that some of the residents that live across the street don't appreciate the parking on the street and the traffic and the commotion and the chaos. We had several things that transpired, and just to give you the details, there was a tent that was set up on the actual street. There was a DJ that was there. There was dancing on the street. There were several food trucks that were situated there. There's something called Democracy Delicious or Delicious Democracy. I've never seen them before, but it's something that was new this election season, where there's like a food truck that comes out every day and kind of gives people water, snacks, food. It's kind of like a free token for you coming to vote. There was our previous representative for House District 103, Ms. Cindy Polo, that came with a like a caravan sort of. It's like a Colombian party bus that also set up on the street, blocking the entrance to the voting site. I'm sure that they didn't mean any disrespect, but there was a lot of commotion. That for us that were there seeing it every day, it seemed like a very unsafe environment for drivers, for pedestrians, and for people that were voting. So I just wanted staff to take a look at the possibility of maybe prohibiting. Just for voting. I've only seen this with regards to voting. I know that we've had a lot of drive-through parties and a lot of kind of pop-up events now during COVID. I assume that as COVID goes away, those events will also go away. So I'm open to discussing whether this is something that we want to tackle on its own, or we want to do it through the committee that will be reviewing the voting site itself. Thank you.
I'll second the item.
Discussion on this. Council, anyone want to?
I'll chime in. I went by the voting site a few times, and I saw the pachanga that basically was taking place there. And it's disruptive in a variety of ways, some of which you described. But I would also argue that, that it's also not fair to the voters, because a lot of times where they would post up would be not just blocking the entryway, but they're also taking up valuable parking space close to the voting site that forces the voters, some of whom may have certain disabilities, to park further away. So I'm in favor of this review and trying to see what we can do to better address this sort of situation in the future, and thank you for bringing it forward.
So where I'm at on this, with the manager looking into it, I know possibly changing the site, that I'm in favor of. In regards to the noise, I'm a bit of a libertarian. I think speech is music too. Speech is expressing yourself, and that in that angle, I'm a bit of a libertarian. I think, especially during the elections. But finding another locations that's probably better suitable, and just so you know, the amount of cars that kind of hit that front. Anel Ruano stood on 82nd Ave, so I'm sure he could tell you the amount of cars that hit their front of the car into. I mean, I think there was some that even pieces got stuck there, because that's how weird that angle is. Changing the site is something I would definitely be into. Regulations on the noise and stuff, my libertarian side kind of sticks on allowing people to, especially during those 2 weeks, to express themselves. But changing the site would be something I definitely, I think, even at the youth center would probably be more appropriate. There's no homes over there, and right adjacent to that, it's a commercial area. It's next to the police department. I think that actually the youth center would probably be an excellent site. So if we could change it, I would be in favor of the youth center. If it's a regulation on noise, I'll vote on that. I'll vote no on that in the future. Any further discussion? Councilman Rodriguez?
Just a question through the mayor to the attorneys. Is there any constitutional consideration or things that we should be concerned about when we're talking about this type of limitation of speech?
Not necessarily. You know, there's always the balance between speech and safety. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. We all heard that in law school. You know, the street stuff and everything else, and you know, we have every right to regulate what goes on in the street.
Right, if I may interject, just to make it clear.
Yeah.
I, in no way, shape, or form want to hinder any speech.
Right.
There was, you know, music, and what I'm talking about is setting up an actual party on the street where you're setting up a tent
I saw
and
it.
a DJ, and, you know, it's about obstructing traffic, not
Yeah,
about
yeah. No,
the
I saw
freedom
it, I
of
saw it.
speech.
I just wanted to make sure that we weren't, there was no slippery slope that we could get maybe caught up and give some of these organizations an opening to complain.
Additionally, as a municipality, we have the right to have nuisance walls, you know, in place. So if something is above the norm and it becomes a nuisance and becomes something that's affecting somebody else, then, you know, we have a right to regulate that. So.
Okay.
I was there. I saw what was going on in the street, and that was not safe. It's just that simple. It was not safe what was going on in the street. Whether how we codify pachanga is a whole other issue, but yeah, the issue of what was going on in the street, at times I thought that was unsafe. The noise and what was being said on the microphones, that's a whole nother issue that I would be concerned about. But
yeah, and again, you got to look at the distraction that creates for the drivers. You got to look at the fact, again, I would argue, without even knowing much about, you know, the Americans with Disabilities Act, but does that get implicated too by forcing some of these voters to have to go to such an extent? So does that site then become unusable for them? I don't know. I just think there are all sorts of other considerations too that also weigh in favor of a more balanced regulation. What that looks like, that's what we're going to see what they come back with. And it may entail changing the location. The youth center would also, I think, be great because you got 2 points of entry and exit. And like you said, it's further away from these homes. So if they do choose to do a pachanga, it'll be better. It'll be a site that's better suited for that sort of activity as a way of expressing yourself. Absolutely. Of course, I would never want to chill free speech or do anything that would trigger a lawsuit to that extent. But I do think there are enough factors from what we observed at play there that it created enough of a issue that we should look into it. And that's why I'm supporting the item and why, again, I thank you, Councilwoman, for bringing it forward.
All right, and just one more question. Would this only apply to that specific area in front of Picnic Park West, or this is a townwide noise ordinance?
The idea is not so much that it's a noise ordinance, it's you setting up structures on public rights of way or gathering as a group of individuals that obstructs traffic. And the only reason why I think it's necessary, it's because, you know, through the manager and through the major, right, we sent our officers out there, but there was nothing that they had to say, you know, Town of Miami Lakes prohibits you from dancing salsa in the middle of the street while cars are driving, you know, left and right. So it's not so much about the noise. The noise is a nuisance. So the residents whose backyards, you know, were you know, right up on that music that was set up with a DJ sound system. I mean, it was a nuisance, but it was during the day. It's not so much a noise ordinance as it is a public safety issue for drivers and pedestrians. 82nd Avenue is, as it is, it's difficult to see pedestrians crossing the street when cars are parked there, much less when you have, you know, banners and flags and signs and music and a tent, and it was very, very dangerous in my opinion.
Great. So then the last thing, and I know I said the last one was the last one, but this is now the last one. Is there a way that we can set up like a permitting process for if someone wanted to do something like that and gave notice? Because there may be a situation where we want to allow an organization to have an event on a public right-of-way to propose something, like a party, you know. Is that something that we can sort of carve out of this if it's a permitted
if
situation?
you want to permit that at some point for an organization to do that on one of your streets, you certainly could enact procedures. We do have procedures for people who want to demonstrate and things like that as to what you have to do in our code. You know, like if someone wants to demonstrate in front of Town Hall, they're permitted to. they may not be able to demonstrate in here, but we do have to give them space and locations to do that, cordoned off and things like that.
So there has to be for that demonstration ordinance to apply, there has to be an agenda, or is it just whatever they want to talk about?
No, you can't limit what they want to talk about.
Right, exactly. So
They
I
can-
think either way, we should codify it where everyone needs to get their permitting.
Well, remember, if you want to codify something, excuse me, if you want to codify something that says, you can't demonstrate on our streets, which I really find hard to believe is not a violation of something. But if it's not, then it should be. That's my recommendation.
And that was
but-
sort of my concern, right? Is if we couch this as a limitation on ability to demonstrate in public areas,
Yeah, but
then we really run that risk.
Yeah, you're well within your authority to regulate how people, whether people can demonstrate in a street. It is a public safety issue. I mean, to them, to the drivers, to others, so I certainly believe you have the power to prohibit demonstrating on a street. Now, you may want to give people the right to demonstrate in the street, but goodness, there's so many other places where you can demonstrate. I would think, and I may be, if I'm stepping on some toes, I apologize, but demonstrating in the street, I think is probably, I think you have many other alternatives as to places where you can
Well,
demonstrate.
at the Mary
And
Collins
that may be
community.
your decision, and not mine, but it's my 2
Well,
cents.
I think I'm going to
Yeah.
support the item, but I'd like to see what you guys come up with so then we can really look at it and make sure that we're not going to fall into any traps.
For example, at the community center, they could have done the same thing in the park.
Right.
Like on the grass, or, there were several tents from different candidates and on the grass, right? But once it transferred onto the street where drivers were coming by, became a dangerous situation.
The Royal Oaks Park seemed to be, when you guys were talking about sites, that's one that came to mind for me. I thought that would be a good place to do it. There's a ton of parking and things like that, but just 2 cents again.
Hey, through the manager to the major, if you get a second, my main question is why couldn't you stop this? If somebody's in the middle of the street or somebody's creating a dangerous situation, why couldn't you? I know it was mentioned that you couldn't stop it. Like what? There's nothing in our laws, in the county laws, in our laws here that can't stop somebody from creating a dangerous situation for other people.
Obviously, there is something that we can do as we're driving up. If we see people, a group of people in the middle of the street, we can order them off the street. We can issue citations for obstruction of roadway. We can make arrests. We can do certain things. Now, obviously, when you have an election, we try and stay away from that area because we do not want the perception that we are somehow or some way being unethical by taking enforcement action against a certain group. So although my officers were driving through periodically, we were trying to stay away in a uniform presence as much as possible. And when we received the complaint that there were people in the middle of the street, by the time we got there, they obviously had moved off. And when they see the green and white driving down the street, it just takes 3 steps and they move out of the way. Some of the things that we're already discussing are already we're discussing other options. One of the things we did, we noticed, we received a complaint from one of the residents that there's a no parking zone next to the entrance of their community. So when we realized that people continuously parked there, we were about to take enforcement action and start writing tickets. Instead, we chose another way. We put up cones, blocked those areas off, and people stopped parking there. And that helped, A, not upset people who are trying to initiate their right to vote, and B, we didn't have to write citations, and C, it helped out because it kept people from parking there. So there are things that we're already discussing, you know, as part of this group that we can do in future elections, such as blocking off certain areas with cones or barricades or something that will, you know, alleviate that. So for example, across the street, if we put a barricade or a couple of cones, it'll keep cars from parking there. That doesn't mean people can't, you know, accumulate on the other side of the street with signs and stuff, but it may keep a vehicle from being there. So we are kind of discussing different options for future elections. And this was, you know, different than other elections that we've had in the past. I think this one was a bit more inflamed because it was a presidential election as well, and both sides of that equation were there as well, being very loud during this. So hopefully we might not see this incident for another 4 years, but we'll be ready for the next couple elections.
Got it. Thank you, Major. I mean,
No, that's just one thing. When your officers were there, Councilwoman Ruano and I were there, there were cameras ready to film your officers
Yes.
going in and putting an end to it. So I think they handled it the right way.
Yeah, our officer, we received calls at one point that there were people in the line not social distancing, and they were trying to get our officers to respond, and we made telephonic contact with elections and said, do me a favor, you guys handle, because they do not want us there, you know, for good reason.
Of course,
We should be the very last resort in responding out there, because we want to always keep that appearance of not violating any rights and the right to vote.
I just want to let you know that I think they
But
did a
thank
good
you.
job.
Yes, absolutely.
got it. So personally, just based on the Major's comments and my more libertarian side, tonight I'll vote no, but once this item comes back, depending on what comes back, because I'm sure the support's there, I'll see what it looks like. Just my thoughts. Seeing no further comments on this council, all those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any
Aye.
opposed? No. The motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is committee rules and procedures. Vice Mayor Collazo.
Thank you, Mayor. This item is very simple, cut and dry. During unprecedented times, during difficult times, we had a lot of opportunities where committees had to come forward and maybe shift some budgetary items around. Sometimes those budget items didn't come with any supporting documents, so we would have to get into a back and forth. Today, we saw that there was a big budgetary line item shift, had all the supporting materials. I just wanted to make sure that that was part of the committee rules moving forward, that there be supporting documentation for the budgetary items. That's my first motion. I have a second motion after that. So my first motion is for there be supporting documents anytime the committees come forward with budget requests.
Second.
Discussion, council, on this?
Yes.
Yes, Councilman Diaz.
Thank you. Through the chair to Councilman Collazo, or Vice Mayor Collazo, sorry. Obviously, therefore, if they don't have supporting documentation, they can't bring forward the item to the council, correct? Under your item as it's proposed.
Or we waive the rule like we've done on other rules, on other special rules. We'd have to make a motion, waive the rule, but at least start laying down the expectation that it'd be better to have these items on the front end rather than on the back end.
But the default would be that no supporting documentation, no request.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Any further discussion on this item? Council, seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The motion passes. We're on to Councilman Collazo's second motion.
So the second motion really is part of a process that we've done in the past, and I know speaking to legal and speaking to the other committee members, they've wanted an opportunity maybe to opine or maybe tweak some rules. So I wanted to see if the council, if you guys would be open to having a workshop on the committee rules and seeing if staff had any additional recommendations. I know I've talked to the deputy town attorney on some recommendations on updating the rules. So wanted to see if you guys would be open to maybe having a workshop on the committee rules, which would also give an opportunity to the actual committee members to opine and maybe offer or proffer some changes to the committee rules.
Second.
Discussion on on this item. The only thing I wanted to add was obviously for some committee members to chime in on this process, so I know that's, you're going to make sure of that, Council Vice Mayor. But seeing no further discussion on this, all those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to the next item, which is review of street signage condition and policy for inspection and replacement. Councilman Fernandez.
All right. So I brought this item forward as I was canvassing, particularly in the West Lakes neighborhood, but also in other parts of town. I noticed a trend of street signage being essentially washed out, being illegible. I think now more than ever, with the amount of people because of COVID that are relying on either home-based care, home-based services, things being shipped, goods and services being delivered to their homes, and also because of public safety, it's imperative that our street signage be in optimal condition. And for the record, I think our street signage is probably one of the more basic municipal functions we will ever get into, and so I think it should always be in optimal condition, and should be placed ahead of practically any other funding priority that comes before us. So I brought the item forward. I did during my briefing, I did speak to Mr. Acosta, the public works director, actually right before my briefing, and he shared the same numbers that Manager Peterman shared, which is approximately 80 signs had already been identified at a cost of about $175 per sign. It's roughly $14,000. But the bigger problem, right? So I think we can all look at this and we can all find $14,000 to fix the issue now. What I want to make sure happens is that we make sure that there's a plan put into place. Like, you know, street signs are not new. Street signs have been around for 200 years. So we need to know that this is an item that we need to budget accordingly to repair, to phase out. You know, these street signs have an expected life. They're not eternal. Maybe the ones, you know, if the Romans built some a couple thousand years ago out of marble, I'm sure they're still there. But so we need to have policies and a plan, right? And I think it goes beyond street signage, but I'm gonna try to tackle, you know, just street signage now, because I think similarly street striping and pavement in general, outside of projects that are tied to drainage improvements, there's no real comprehensive plan for dealing with these things as they age. So I think we need to, one thing, and I'll go on a tangent for a second. One thing that I hope to bring, if the only thing I can bring to this council over the next 4 years is to try to change the mentality to become a little bit more proactive and prevent issues and prevent things from happening, rather than just you know, being reactive and always at the mercy of putting out fires. Pun not intended. So with that being said, I would like to make a motion to find $14,000 to fix the signs that need to be replaced now, and two, make sure that we put a plan in place town-wide to budget for these things accordingly. So according to our current budget, we have $16,000 set apart for all street signage and all striping for the entire year, right? Those 80 signs would pretty much knock that out in one blow, and there's obviously other needs for signage townwide. So that is my item.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. The Vice Mayor. and then Councilman Alvarez and Councilman Dieguez.
Councilman Fernandez, I appreciate you bringing this item forward, and not so much for the first part. I actually appreciate the latter part. And I think that there is a mechanism. There is a mechanism that we can continue to leverage, which is the sinking fund, right? Everything within our town has a limited lifespan. Nothing is forever. And the sinking fund starts tackling that issue. And I think one of the things that we could do, looking at this issue maybe in a long-term capacity, is maybe start adding things or adding items to that sinking fund that could get us out of that crisis mode, because that was exactly the inspiration behind the sinking fund. Rather than always being, you know, Rome is burning, the sky is falling, let's see where we can get the money, start creating a fund that can actually address these issues and address them in a proactive manner. So I actually appreciate the latter part of your motion, and would love to sit down with you and work with you and see how we can continue to do that, or continue to leverage that sinking fund, start addressing these issues long term. So both of those components have my support, and appreciate you bringing that forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, Councilman Alvarez, and Councilman Dieguez.
Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez, for bringing this up. You know, I see you're bringing your inner Franklin Covey, exercising your habit number one, being proactive instead of reactive. So I'm gonna be proactive alongside with you, and exercise my habit and make an amendment. Since they're gonna make an inspection and come back with a report, and they said they had done that already, I'd like to include also striping as well. I'd like for the manager, give you direction in amending this, to also come back to us and tell us the different streets. You're already gonna do some of that work, or already did that work. If you're gonna go out into the field, might as well maximize that inspection and include all striping of streets throughout the town of Miami Lakes. I drive back and forth through Montrose, and you can't even see the stripes. You can't even see the lighting, the magnets, those lights that tell you which direction you're going in. Some of them have chipped off. So, you know, my amendment to his new business item is to include with the signage striping of lanes and streets throughout the town of Miami Lakes, and come back to us with that report.
I'll second the amendment.
Discussion on the amendment, council, discussion on the amendment, discussion on the amendment, discussion on the amendment. Seeing none, all those in favor of the amendment?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? The amendment passes. We're back onto the main motion as amendment. Councilman Alvarez, you still have the floor. Are you yielding the floor to the council member to your left?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And as I was saying earlier, if we take care of just the simple things that make our town look beautiful and that our residents expect us at the very least to handle, I think it gives not only us breathing room, but also the staff breathing room. I think that in itself creates a bit more trust than if we wait until the problem accumulates and gets bigger, and then it blows up in our face, which then in turn blows up in the face of staff. So 1,000% agree with you that we need to be more proactive. It's a comment that I made, if you'll recall, Mr. Manager, as part of the evaluation process earlier this year, that I would love to see us be even more proactive about these issues rather than just making us the customer service department of the town. Obviously, we're more than happy and willing to take on requests from residents and work to address them. But of course, ultimately, we would be in a better position, and it would free up our time to do other things if we were more proactive in these matters. And again, the science is not something new. It's something that we've dealt with for some time now. As I mentioned, I've reported this sometime last year about some of the signs out in the West Lakes area. But I'm glad we're getting this done. And just, I agree. I'd love to work with you and sit down with you to figure out how we can be more efficient to uncover these issues before they come up on Facebook, before they come up in our meetings. So with that, I'm in full support of the item as well as the amendment, and thank you both for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councilman Dieguez. Any further discussion? Councilwoman Ruano.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Fernandez, for bringing this up. I recall a couple of years back when we implemented the town app for residents to be able to just take a picture and upload what the problem is, right? And I remember that it was going to be the solution to the customer service aspect of little things here and there, because we don't have eyes on the entire town, and there are some things that sometimes slip through the cracks. What is it that keeps us from replacing these things? I know that the residents report them. Is it the budgetary issue that we just can't So it's not that you don't know that they need fixing, it's just that we don't have budgeted line items for the replacements or for the repairs.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, obviously, you know, it's frustrating from our part, and I think we've had this discussion many times, because we know that there are infrastructure needs that go every day unmet. And if you recall from the discussion that we had months ago about the FP&L franchise fee and the item that Councilmember Dieguez had initiated, that anything over a certain percentage would be dedicated expressly towards infrastructure needs. And the number that Public Works and Parks put together was, what would it take to do exactly what you're saying, right? What all of you are saying, which is to be proactive, to get ahead of it, to preventive maintenance, to repave when you need to repave, not when everything is, you know, cracked and breaking off and everything. All of those things was, I think it was 2.1 million? 2 million? Yeah, I think it was either $2 or $2.1 million annually. And the amount from all sources, right, from different things, from, you know, gas tax, from PTP, from this, from that, was about $700,000. So that right there tells you that we have $1.3 to $1.4 million of unmet needs to be proactive, to get ahead of it, to be, you know, and that's the, you know, and then when, you know, budget time comes around and we all want to tighten our belt and people are demanding that we, you know, do this or do that, it's difficult. You know, we can't talk one thing now in mid-year and then talk something else when it's time to actually put our money where our mouth is. So that's the frustrating part from our side. It's not that we don't want to be proactive. It's not that we don't think we should be proactive. It's not that we don't think that we need to get ahead of these things and not wait till the signs are faded and illegible. We want to do that. These are a bunch of professionals behind me that want to accomplish things. But we can't just do it with magic. We can't just do it with pixie dust. We need...
I agree. I agree, and that's
why... So
why...
the answer to your question is 100%. The reason is budgetary constraints.
Right, and that's exactly why I brought up the question, because I don't want it to seem like staff is not on top of it, right? I know that even if staff wasn't paying attention, right? We have the app where the residents, you know, I mean, the work orders on there must be enormously long, the list, because I know that everyone sees something, snaps a picture, and sends it your way. So I think that as part of this elected body, we need to make a bigger effort of going back to basics, prioritizing basics. And I think that that's sometimes what frustrates the residents, right? That we're thinking of new projects and not managing the old, right? And the old projects are streets, sidewalks, signage. It's the basics, right? So I call it back to basics, which is just very, you know, whatever the necessity are, those are the things that we should be having in tip-top shape. And then once we can manage that, and once we find funding that surpasses what we need to keep our basic things in perfect shape, then we can dream up new projects and new things to do. Because I know that Mr. Acosta is antsy, right, to get all of these things fixed. And I know that we've had conversations in the past, and they always end up back at the budget, right? He knows what needs to be fixed. He's got a long list of everything that he dreams he can fix, but he doesn't have the money to do it.
Yeah, and it goes back to kind of getting ahead of it. When this item surfaced on the agenda, when Councilmember Fernandez submitted it, I turned to Carlos and he says, yeah, we got that already. He knew way before this item even surfaced. He said, yeah, 79. And he threw it out, you know, because they know. Right. They're constantly the same as parks with the green space and all. They know what the needs are. They don't need to go out and do these assessments because they're constantly trying to get ahead of it with the hope that someday we do have a funding scheme that will help us accomplish it. That's what they want to do. They want to accomplish things for our residents, for me as a resident, for all of you as residents.
I agree. So at least on my end, I will prioritize the more basic needs before I prioritize, you know, new projects or new things. That's my commitment, right, to the residents of this town and to the staff, right, to not continue to put you in the situation where you know we need something, but you don't have the means by which to fix it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Follow up, Mr. Mayor, once everybody else gets around.
Yeah. I'll get back to you, Councilman Dieguez. Anyone else want to speak to this? I just wanted to make a couple points. Councilman Fernandez, I appreciate you bringing this up. Couple of points I wanted to make. I'll give you an example. In West Lakes, in the last 2 weeks, 2 of the homes have sold. There's one that sold for $480,000, an 1,800 square foot home. Another one that sold for $477,000, a 1,900 square foot home. This means that our residents, especially our long-term residents, right, they have more money in equity, they're doing well, they're gonna sell, a lot of them are selling, but also that the people purchasing now are purchasing at such a high price and they're buying into our brand, and we gotta make sure we deliver. You know, the guy just bought for a $480,000 home at 1,800 square feet in West Lakes is like, man, I just invested almost $500,000 into my home, yet the street sign next to my house, I can't, you know, the Papa John's driver from the Winn-Dixie Shopping Center can't even see it, you know, he has to be calling me. Those are just the things that need to happen. But one of the major, and this is not a unique problem to Miami Lakes, right? We have nothing compared to what's happening around the nation. The unmet needs throughout our country have reached $1 trillion in every single state and every single city. We're actually far ahead of the curve when it comes to that. Our stuff is smaller things, you know, making sure that we put the new street signs, make sure that we take care of that stuff. But I think we're at the cusp of getting there. I remember one of the most powerful comments from the election cycle. It is attributed to Councilman Fernandez, and I got to give him credit because he got beat up over it. But now, in hindsight, everybody's like, hey, he's right. Where he said, hey, I can't tell the guy who's having, you know, water coming into his garage or that I'm saving you $16, you know, while that's happening. And I think in hindsight now everybody's like, all those residents are like, hey, we need to invest in outfalls all over the west side of town to make sure that water moves out. So keep pushing these items. I think it's important for us to deliver. People are buying into this town because they believe in the Miami Lakes brand and they believe that we're going to maintain it at the highest level. So I'm in full support. I'm in full support of this. I'm in full support of the striping. Those are small things that we can do to deliver for residents today. But there needs to be more done, and infrastructure includes everything: sidewalks, streets, lights, our parks. We have 105 parks, I think now. They're all over the place. Seems like we pick up one every day. So you know, yeah. So, but those are things that are really important. But yeah, Councilman Dieguez, I just wanted to thank you, Councilman Fernandez, for bringing it up. It looks like this item's going to go. It's your first council meeting, so it looks like this item's going to go a lot better than that first one, right? So, I think.
You know.
All right. Hey,
you know,
Councilman Dieguez.
Well, 1 out of 2, not so bad for your first meeting, right? But I just wanted to clarify, at least what I was trying to say about the being proactive part. I'm not even talking about the sidewalks and having to redo those or anything like that, or building out outfalls. We all know that we got to do those things and that the budget is tight to do that. But I'm talking about like the little things, like again, the striping, the signs, the pooper scoopers at the parks and whatnot. Those little things, making sure that we regularly are checking up on them to make sure that they're functioning correctly. Obviously, we're not always going to catch one. You know, we could be maybe a day or two from it breaking up or it fading, whatever the case may be. But the point is that I want to make sure we have a regular process in place to check for this, right? And if the issue is budgetary, Councilman Collazo just pointed out that, well, if you need authorization to tap the sinking fund, then to move some money around to take care of the signs or to do the striping, I think we'll be more than willing to do that. And I guess what I mean is I'd like to see staff come forward more and say, look, we ran out of money to do this, but we know we got, you know, again, for just the little things, you know, this much in new signage to do, or, you know, we have this much in this to do. Not breaking the bank. So I think those are easy fixes, because then otherwise the perception becomes is here's the council going out to all these ribbon cuttings for this, that, and the other, but they can't even fix the sign. And you know, while I understand that sometimes we can blow through the budget in 1 year on the signage, you know, if you need a little bit more then to get it done, then I would rather you come to us and ask us for that authorization. That's all I'm saying. It's not a knock on staff, who does do an excellent job, but it's just about trying to figure out how we can, on these smaller items that are really not a big deal, how we can make sure we stay on top of them before it gets to the point where they're asking us to do something about it. That's all I wanted to clarify that and say that that's where my remarks were going toward.
No, and you hit it on the head, Councilman Dieguez. I mean, these are one-time capital improvements that make a difference in people's lives. And I even think that's why I brought up that item earlier when I talked about, hey, let's look at our reserves. We know that we have, if a natural disaster hits us, if something unforeseen hits us, even like COVID, we know that we're going to be taken care of. We have the line of credit. We have FEMA's going to reimburse us. We'll be made whole. So I think there's opportunities there to do these one-time capital improvements that aren't recurring. I think that's the main thing. The recurring stuff's what gets us in trouble. That's what increases the budget. But I agree with you. I think there's a great opportunity to do that. And hitting on the head on 59th Avenue. And one of the reasons why we're hoarding dollars for 59th Avenue. I know it's upcoming because that's one of the big issues. And I was telling the manager the other day, I was like, look, we can use some of those $59 Avenue funds to do some of these one-time projects, but then we're going to have to tap into, we're not going to want to borrow, so we're going to have to tap into reserves to pay for that capital improvement. You know what I mean? So that's where those tough policy decisions and giving the manager direction there is important. So I'm in full favor of this item, full support. Any further discussion? I see Councilman Alvarez on this.
I'll just call the roll. I was doing the sign.
All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. Round of applause for Councilman Fernandez's first item. Yeah.
Well, I hate to be a Debbie Downer, but Councilman Collazo didn't vote, so you don't get a unanimous vote.
It was not a unanimous vote.
How convenient.
Hey, real quick, I just wanted to bring up this item. It was brought to my attention. The Friends of Biscayne Bay, different groups had asked us to do this because one of our canals in our town, actually Councilman Vice Mayor Collazo and a couple other folks fish there all the time, connects all the way to Biscayne Bay. And while we've done a great job of making sure that pesticides and certain things in our parks and our right-of-ways don't seep into, that's not always the case throughout the county. We've seen what happened. I remember when I was a kid, and I know all you guys' experiences, especially I'm sure Councilman Morano, you felt this, and Councilman and the Vice Mayor, so did I. The Chapapolde, when we were kids, when we go to the beach, right? I don't know if you guys remember Miami Beach, that will get stuck to your foot, and you have to get the sand. And I think now they're having an issue. Once they fix that, an oxygen issue in the water. So, and just being that one of our canals connects all the way out there, I just wanted to make a motion in support of protecting our bay. But making a very unique distinction that we're not going to be following the county in its entirety. The county's process is a little bit different. They're doing some things that really haven't been tested by science, and I don't want to touch that, but I think just having a general say, hey, that we are in favor of protecting the Biscayne Bay, just because one of our canals, and Vice Mayor, is it C9 or C8 that goes all the way out there?
I think C9.
The C9, and that's the one by Costco, by Loch Ness, goes out there. So I just want to make a support in support of a motion in support of protecting Biscayne Bay, specifically because one of our canals that's very rich in fish, and I'll ask the Vice Mayor now to tell you all the different types of species that are in there, just so we can protect it.
I just wanted to second your motion.
There's a second, but no joke, and in that canal, there is fish in there all the way from the ocean. I mean, I don't know if you want to talk, like snook, Jack Crevalle.
I can go into the lengthy detail of all the species that are in that, but it's our only body of water that's brackish. So yes, it holds saltwater species and holds freshwater species. And just this morning, I was out there fishing, yes. I had an opportunity to put some lines in the water. There was a pod of manatees. And I know we've had a lot of residents. They bring a lot of joy to people in seeing them, but they're also another, saltwater mammal that we see out there. So there was a calf, a little baby calf, and a mom and a dad, and they were swimming up and down that canal. So I wanted to second the motion. I do have some items coming up in the future that actually not expand this, but talk a little bit more about protecting that waterway and some of the stuff that goes in there. But yeah, absolutely. I think it's a good initiative, and Lake Ruth and its connecting arteries are should be some of our pride and joys as far as water is concerned. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Quick question, Vice Mayor. Do you remember the initiative you brought up with the buoy? Is that out there already?
There's a no wake sign. I think we're still waiting on FWC, or we're waiting for some other authority for the actual permanent install.
Yeah, we're working through the bureaucracy to get the no wake zone established out there.
Got it. Thank you, Vice Mayor. Any further discussion? Everybody actually left the dais. Is there no? All right. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on.
And just point of order, Mayor, on the last vote for Councilmember Fernandez's item, I did vote in favor from the back room. I just wanted
Unanimous.
to make
Unanimous. 16A, manager's report.
The first item here deals with the upcoming state legislative session. Similar to what's happened in the past, we had kind of like an organizational, sometime in the past has been in person. This organizational conference or meeting was via telephone. We met with, the mayor and I met with the lobbyists that we have, both from Southern Strategies as well as from the other group that we have. And they gave us a brief understanding of what to expect from the legislative session. While originally I think that the thought was that there'd be zero money available, now I think that because similar to what happened with some cities getting federal money, the federal money at the state level helped them to offset and minimize or lessen the burden of some of their revenue losses. So their recommendation was to still submit projects for appropriations requests, but also then to consider legislative priorities that may deal also with policy or statutory changes that may benefit the town of Miami Lakes. So with that in mind, what I am asking is for each of you to submit to me anything you'd like to see contained in our legislative priorities. What I'll do is then I'll compile them and then bring them back to you as a master list at the January meeting for you to either adopt or slice and dice or add to it. And then we'll have an adopted list of legislative priorities that then we can feed to our team of lobbyists that they can start working in Tallahassee. So the number for appropriations that they talked about was in the $300,000 to $400,000 range. So the $1 million projects or the million plus projects would be wasteful to submit those kind of projects. And always, and it happens to be one of our number one needs, is always drainage projects go a long way. So that's just to keep in mind. So we need to submit it to the committees. Start in January this year because of the election year. Session is going to be March and April. So January, February are committee weeks. So we need to adopt this in January so that we can get it to the lobbyist and start making headway with getting sponsors and so forth. That's it. And by the way, I know the mayor participated in the teleconference that we had with the lobbyists. If any of you want to hear it from the horse's mouth, instead of my interpretation of what the message is, I'm sure they'd be more than happy. Obviously, we can't do it as a team or as a group because then it has to be sunshine and everything else. I'm sure I could set up, if any of you wanted to have one-on-ones with any of them, I'm sure they'd be more than willing to do it. And we can set that up. So,
Vice Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One of the things that I've had an opportunity to do is speak to some of the individuals that are going to be holding office for the first time at the state level, and they've expressed a sincere desire to help our community any way that they can, especially when it comes to these water projects and these infrastructure projects, because I think they also saw their constituents upset with what was happening after this rain event, an unprecedented rain event, right, or a 50-year rain event, a 100-year rain event, but we had a lot of people complaining to them, so they definitely wanted to step up. When I was communicating that to you during our briefing, I had also suggested if it was possible for us to set up an opportunity to meet with them as a body You know, I know that would require a sunshine notice, but I think it would be very good for us to have an opportunity to sit down with our 2 new state reps and sit down and say, hey, look, you understand these needs in our community, and really have that opportunity to have that dialogue with them. I think we should even take it a step further, have that same opportunity maybe to meet with our new county commissioner. I know he knows the needs of the community well, but I would like for him to hear from us as a body, you know, and give them some feedback. Would love to have that same opportunity with the mayor, the new county mayor. So I think it's important as a body that we come together as a team and say, look, this is how we're advocating our community. This is how we're advocating on behalf of our residents, and actually create that as an opportunity not only to engage, not when we're up in Tallahassee, but start that process down here. So I wanted to see if we could do that in a sunshine meeting, in an informal type of meeting, which with the state representatives, our newly county commissioner, and our new mayor, and separately. I think that there's reasons for us to meet with them separately, but I think 3 sunshine meetings with those 3 individuals as a body, I think would go a long way to advancing our platform and advocating on behalf of our residents.
So I agree with you wholeheartedly, and this, you tell me if this is something you guys want to be a part of, because I was going to reach out to you guys. Joseph was. I'm scheduling tours of the town with all 4, and I think some of them are going to be on the schedule for the next 2 weeks with Tom Fabricio, the county mayor, the county commissioner. I think that'll be impactful. So if you want, we'll sunshine that, but we'll actually visualize like the issues, like if it's the bridge you want to show, if it's the drainage, we'll take them to the neighborhood, you know. And we did that with 2 lieutenant governors. We did that with, so I think it's a great idea, but I know Joseph's been calling them since last week and coordinating. If you want on those days, we'll make sure everybody's available, and then we'll sunshine it, and we'll get in one car, whoever can go.
I think what you just said was the key, right? Getting to a day where at least most of us can attend, and you know, I don't know about, I know your schedule. Your schedule's just as busy as mine in the sense that you're literally grinding. You know, I know Councilman Alvarez is running a school. If we have this opportunity during the evening, I think that'll be great. You know, I don't know how conducive it would be to a tour, because maybe they're not going to be able to see it. I don't mind doing a tour during the day, but an opportunity for us to meet with them as a body and say, look, these issues are important to us, whether it's blasting, whether it's stormwater issues, whether it's the opening of certain roadways, right? Those are all things that individuals committed to us in a public forum that they wanted to help us with. And I think to a certain point, having that opportunity for us to coalesce as a body and advocate on behalf of our residents, the more that we can do that as a group, I think it sends a louder message, and that's what I wanted to
I agree
to
with
see
you.
if we can do.
We'll do both. We'll put them in the car, then we'll set up, whoever can go to the one in the car, we'll do it, and then whoever, we'll set up one in the evening also. Yeah, we've done it before.
So how do you want us to handle it? Do you want us to sunshine the meetings that the mayor's office is setting up, or do you want us to move forward with setting up a stagnant or a non-mobile sunshine meeting?
And the key here is that we get our legislative priorities in place soon, vote on it, so then that way it doesn't become an issue later on. And that's like how we go advocate in Tallahassee on things that we already voted on in public. ¿Me entiendes? So that's to make sure. So it's up to however you all want to approach it.
Mr. Manager, you referenced how quick of a learner you are. Then you should know I love options. So I like what the mayor's saying. You know, if we have to vet the agenda that we're going to be discussing in public, I don't want that to necessarily be a hindrance. I think we know what our core issues are. You know, and I think there's 3 that we've already discussed that are not necessarily going to sway. I think we're all in unison on those issues, whether it comes to and I mentioned the 3: the blasting, the opening up of the bridges, and now I'm drawing a blank on the last one.
And the drainage.
And the drainage projects. We know that those are 3 core issues that we want to talk to them about. I don't mind setting up a meeting and just really going after those 3 and saying, hey, look, this is us. This is who we represent. This is our community. These 3 issues are very, very important to us. And And then afterwards, if we need to set up subsequent meetings, I don't mind, but I would like to have a sunshine meeting where we discuss those 3 core issues with those individuals. And
Not the tour of the town. Not consider that.
sunshine, the tour of the town, it's just very difficult, I think, getting everybody on the same page, but if we understand that the tour is one component that's probably going to happen during the day, there's going to be limited attendance based on most of our schedules, but if we can have that opportunity to follow up with a group meeting, I think that'll be impactful.
In the evening or during the day?
I'm saying the evening because I think that's what can be accommodated by most of us in this group. Midday, I think, is harder for those that don't work necessarily in the town. I think maybe you can swing it because you're working remotely. I don't know who else can, but I can tell you midday is really tough for me.
I just need to know, because the annual calendar for you guys made an affirmative decision to take the month of December off, when we used to take, I think it was August before. So I need to know if those meetings, if there may be multiple ones, it's in the holiday season, if that's okay to go that way, to do it after the first of the year, you know, so I need to get guidance.
I'm okay
from
with
what you-
meeting for that purpose in December. I'm okay for meeting with those individuals, intergovernmental type of meeting, I'm okay. But again, I don't want to speak for the body. Please chime in if anybody.
I mean, I prefer to honor the recess and reconvene in January. They just got elected as well, so I know today there was like the swearing in and all that stuff. So, you know, I'm more of a fan of I think the idea is great. I think we should definitely do it. I would just look into reconvening once the new calendar year starts, whether it be January. You know, January I'm good. If we iron out a day ahead of time, you know, I can request a PTO day for the tour, and you know, if it's followed by the meeting, if those things go, you know, if they're kind of coupled together where the tour leads to the meeting in the afternoon, you know, I can you know, request time to try to have them tour our town and really make a connection with them and express to all parties, you know, what our concerns are and how they'd be able to help us in the future.
Speaking for myself, I'm going to be out of town from December 11th to December 23rd, so I wouldn't be available during that period of time. Do we know though when? and also really quickly, I also think that meeting with the county commissioner is something that for sure can happen in January. With the state legislators, my questions are: when is the last day to file bills and appropriations requests? When do committee weeks start? Obviously, the more time we give them to prepare our priorities, it works in our favor. So I just want to kind of get an idea of when is the latest we can do it. My understanding session starts later this year. I think it's in March or February. I think it's February, actually.
March, I think.
In March? Okay, so then in that case, okay, then perhaps we could do January in both cases. Maybe that'll work out better for everybody. But if we do it sooner, I just wouldn't be available in that time period.
Quick suggestion, in the spirit of options and flexibility, it sounds like the mayor's planning on doing the drive-alongs anyway. Can we sunshine those and set up an opportunity for a meeting, and we give everybody the flexibility of being able to do one, the other, or both?
Yeah, I think the mayor's, I mean, I don't want to steal the mayor's meeting that he's setting up, but I think he's given the green light to sunshine them.
Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
I mean, we did, the one we did with the lieutenant governor, and I think it was Councilman Dieguez and the vice mayor that went along. I think it was very successful, and I think it showcases. We actually went to people's homes that that the lieutenant governor had never seen before. So I think that yeah, that's fine. We could have both options. The drive along is coming up very soon, so I think we're gonna have to sunshine some. I think there's one at the end of the week. I gotta follow with Joseph, so I'll make sure they get sunshine ASAP with the clerk. And whoever can go to that, and then we'll have something else in January. So
You get 2 bites at the apple.
yeah. Everybody okay with that? Okay, we'll move on. So just remember, council, to email the manager on some recommendations that you guys have. Item 16B, update on Miami Lakes Shop Local website. Clariso?
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Town Council. Claricel de Cárdenas, Communications and Community Affairs Director. I'm here to provide you with an update on the town's economic development website, MiamiLakesBiz.com, better known as Shop, Eat, Enjoy Miami Lakes. This website is designed to be a frequented site for local businesses, businesses looking to open or relocate, and for residents and visitors alike. Information on opening a business, economic information, and business resources will be at your fingertips by scrolling through the site. The local Intel business tool funded through the town's Economic Development Committee is embedded on this website, which allows businesses and entrepreneurs access to market research in one easy location, such as industry trends, workforce, and competition. Business-related news and announcement will also be posted to the site for easy access, such as the business grant program that was approved this evening. Shop, Eat, Enjoy Miami Lakes is more than a website. It is a movement to spotlight the local business community within Miami Lakes, while also serving as a useful tool to meet our community's needs. Our vision is to feature businesses of all sizes, from the home-based to the brick-and-mortar, by promoting their goods and services. Continuing to support small and medium-sized businesses will play an integral role in helping the town bounce back. These businesses are the backbone of our local economy and key to thriving communities. I encourage you to visit the site at your leisure and make sure to follow its Instagram page, Shop Miami Lakes. Thank you for your time. Any questions? Thank you.
Council questions? I know the Vice Mayor has many questions for you. No?
What's the website again?
MiamiLakesBiz.com. B-I-Z.com.
MiamiLakesBiz.com.
Mhm.
Got it. Got it. No, great job. We need
Thank
to
you.
keep,
So I also want to plug
you know what would be, I don't know if you're probably going to do this, but the application to the grant program.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. Yes.
Got it. Because that would drive a lot of people. Okay.
Yes. If I may plug two other things, the Miami Lakes Scavenger Hunt, which is a partnership with the Town and Economic Development Committee, is launching its registration portion on Thursday, November 19th. So please register. It's going to be a lot of fun, and there's opportunity to win prizes, and it'll be great. And registration is at toml.eventbrite.com. And also, the Best of Miami Lakes 2020 Awards closes next week. So please vote miamilakes-fl.gov/Best of Miami Lakes. Thank you.
Great job. Thank you. Yeah, scavenger hunt is a really cool idea. So it's going to be a lot of fun.
It's a moment of personal privilege, and I don't know if many of you know this, but there are scavenger hunt champions sitting on this dais right now.
So he's not allowed.
He can't
He's not
play
allowed to
then.
participate.
He's out.
Mayor, we need a motion to extend the
I'll-
council meeting.
I'll motion to
I'll second.
extend till 12:15. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any
Aye.
opposed? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're on to Town Manager's Monthly Police Report. Mr. Major.
Good evening again. Javi Ruiz, your town commander. In terms of crime, we continue to be down for the past couple months, all around in virtually every category, so we're doing great there. In October, we did have one LPR arrest on October 12th, where we received an alert of the vehicle driving through 154th Street with a stolen tag. We located the vehicle, sat on it, and when it was, when the driver got in, we were able to take them into custody, and they ended up having a fugitive warrant out of Broward County. So it was a good arrest there and another LPR arrest. During the past month, we also saw schools come back, so we've seen an increase in traffic. And our officers are back to doing those traffic details on 154th Street in order to continue the expeditious flow of traffic there. This past weekend, we worked extensively with town staff who did an excellent job with us and prepared for the Veterans Day parade in the caravan. So our officers had a great time doing that and really enjoyed that. And we had no incidents or issues during that as well. And with that, as usual, I'm keeping it brief. I have nothing else to report out. Oh, and want to welcome back Juan from his 6-week hiatus. We'll call it a hiatus. He insists it's not a vacation. It definitely didn't feel like one, but we're glad to have him back as well. And with that, I'll open up for any questions or comments.
Major, anything on the LPRs lately?
Lately? Well, not in the past couple weeks.
Good, good.
But
No, it's
that's
a
a good thing because we've gotten, our crime is extremely low recently, so we're doing great. And the fact that they're out there monitoring, I think is helping out a great deal, so.
I think word gets out there and, folks end up avoiding the town.
Yeah, well, we have a lot more visibility, so it's doing great.
Any questions of the police, Major? No?
No questions, just a remark I've told him privately, but I also wanted to mention it publicly. Your officers did an outstanding job on that traffic detail. It was a new detail. It was something that you guys handled like you've been doing it for many, many years. That didn't go unnoticed. Also, shifting your roles to help us out with stuff that we do for social good, right? The food distribution and moving that to Saturdays to be able to accommodate the church to continue to do that. I commend you and the manager for doing that move. So thank you so much, and just wanted to compliment you on a job well done. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Major. Have a good night.
Thank you. Good night.
We're on to the attorney's report.
Yes, I'll be brief. They filed some motions in the Bridges case on Friday afternoon, which I'd like to talk to you about. We had a executive session scheduled a while back. It got canceled, so I'd like to have an executive session in that and in the Pizzi matter. We've had to switch mediators and things like that, but there's progress, and I'd like to discuss a lot of that with you. I was looking at next Tuesday morning, the 24th, right? Right? Yeah, the 24th.
The only thing I was going to ask with these executive sessions, to be honest with you, if we could even do it before council meetings. I mean, if they're not that long,
Well, they can be. They can. I mean, yeah, I just don't want to wait till January, though.
No. What
But I'd like to do it Tuesday morning. I'm an early riser, so 8 o'clock would be perfect, but 8:30 works. I know some have kids in schools and stuff, but
My only challenge would be that after the drop-off. Jeff and I are, Councilman Rodriguez and I are in the same
8:30
boat.
works?
8:45 is good. Yeah.
8:45, okay.
I'll
Right,
be
so-
out of town, Raul, that day because we have recess that whole week. So
Right.
I'll be back on Wednesday before Thanksgiving.
All right.
I know that's
Yeah.
Thanksgiving week, but we're heading out of town Saturday through Wednesday. So I mean, you guys can still do it. I just
Yeah.
won't be able to attend.
Yeah, I'd like to get moving, and I need some direction on the Pizzi matter too, because we're trying to mediate that in December, and we've got some conferences and things like that. So I'd like to bring Tony up to, Councilman Fernandez up to speed and just get that moving. So if Tuesday at 8:45 works, we'll do that. I'll be brief as I can. All right?
Anything else on
The Valiente matter, we moved for summary, the insurance carriers, the council appointed by the insurance company moved for summary judgment. Hopefully that gets granted. And that's about it for litigation. Hopefully the list gets shorter soon.
So you're done. So real story about 32 years ago, I was celebrating somebody's birthday in my kindergarten class at Horeb Christian. And all these years later, we're going to be celebrating it tonight. It's somebody's birthday. It's Councilman Jeffrey Rodriguez.
Oh, Mayor, you made me a cake. How nice.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Jeffrey. Happy birthday to you.
Thank you very much, guys. I really appreciate it.
Town staff wanted to make sure that we celebrate your birthday. Again, council, great first meeting together. Once again, congratulations to Councilman Ruano. Congratulations to Tony Fernandez. The Vice Mayor, double congratulations, right? Yeah. So great first meeting. Looking forward to working together. God bless our town, and let's keep moving forward. Have a good night, guys. The meeting's adjourned.